Reincarnating as a Zombie That Can Level Up in the Dungeon After Getting Murdered. Volume 1, by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1, The Man Who Bears the Name of the Beginning and the End. My name is Daumaki. I am 28 years old. Apparently, I was named by an old man who was a samurai in a warrior island country in the north, commonly known as Wano Kingdom. On, or Om, written in kanji, means something like the beginning and the end of everything. It sounds like an exaggerated name, but I like my name quite a lot. My occupation is C-rank adventurer and senior swordsman. I was born and raised in Alrain, the royal capital of Ardo Kingdom, but I have been active as a solo adventurer in the town of Rikuria since 10 years ago. The reason I don't form a party is because I was betrayed and left to die by the members of the party I formed when I was just starting out as an adventurer. My job is one where you could die at any time. However, I am still afraid of dying, and most certainly do not want to die because of betrayal. Those guys, Tempest Cloud, reached S-rank 5 years ago, didn't they? I do my best to never think of those guys. However, the reason why I remembered them was probably because of what happened today. While returning from a quest, I stumbled across a dungeon. I stepped in to take a quick look and found a treasure chest near the entrance. Not just that, there was a fairly rare weapon inside the chest. After returning to Rikuria, I rushed to the weapon shop and had it appraised. It was the magic sword flam. I was bewildered by that fact, but the boss of the weapon shop said, "I have the appraisal skill, so there is no mistake." While excited about the appraisal results, I asked the boss to repair my trusty longsword, and put the magic sword flam in my magic bag and left the weapon shop. First, let's go to the Adventurers Guild and report the discovery of the new dungeon. With this, B rank should be, no, I can even see A rank within my grasp. My stomach is growling, but I'll eat later. As I was walking ahead, absorbed in my thoughts, a voice called out to me from behind. "You are on, right?" Looking back, there stood 3 adventurers equipped with luxurious equipment. The person who spoke to me was a blonde-haired swordsman. Behind him were 2 beautiful women, probably a mage and a healer. I have heard rumors in the Adventurers Guild that they are a party who have come to this town on a quest from the royal capital. This meeting itself could become a rumor. "That's right, I am on. Can I help you with something?" I said. "I am Matas, the leader of the A-rank party Red and Silver Moon. We would like to request your cooperation." "Cooperation? That would depend on the details of the cooperation," I said. Matas approached me and spoke softly. "Actually, this is a secret, but it seems that a unicorn has appeared in the forest of eternal darkness. Can you help us subjugate it?" "Huh, but an A-rank party should be able to subjugate it, right? Besides, why me? Unicorns are monsters that run very fast. I'm the only vanguard in this party, so I need another vanguard to ensure the success of this subjugation. Additionally, since unicorn horns are traded at a high price, there are often troubles with the spoils distribution. The reason we asked for your cooperation is because you are a solo adventurer and also a vanguard. We thought that with a solo adventurer, we could simply negotiate the request fee as the reward for this quest instead of distributing the spoils. We will pay 10 gold coins in advance as the request fee, and 20 gold coins as a success reward. Could you please help us out? I don't want to team up with others if possible, but with 30 gold coins, I can spend the next 6 months leisurely. Besides, such a profitable request is rare. Since I've never taken a proper vacation since coming to Rikuria, somewhere in my heart, I have been wanting to take it easy. However, considering the age at which I can be active as an adventurer and my quality of life after retirement, I couldn't take a vacation unless I hit a big profit. I am still strongly reluctant to accept quests as a party, but if it's limited to this one quest, I suppose I can cooperate. Moreover, I have the magic sword flam now. I have grown stronger than when I was still a newbie adventurer. Understood, I will cooperate for this one time. Thank you very much. These are the 10 gold coins in advance. Let's head over, shall we? Huh, it's almost evening. Are we heading out right now? If we take our time, our prize will escape. If we leave right away, we might be able to enter the forest of eternal darkness before the sun sets. Let's hurry up. Even though I felt a little uneasy, I left the city with the Red and Silver Moon party. Section. After leaving the city, we ran through the plains, ignoring all the monsters to save time. but the surroundings were already pitch black by the time we arrived at the forest of eternal darkness. Stare, the mage, illuminated the surroundings with light magic light. I wonder if they decided to hurry the subjugation quest because they were able to use this magic. It was still a little dark, but we were able to secure visibility for the time being. 20 minutes after entering the forest, Madas and I moved as the vanguard. Catherine, the healer, was the middle guard, and Stare was the rear guard. We proceeded through the forest with that formation, but there was no unicorn or even a monster in sight. After that, Madas gave instructions. I'll check the map again. On, please confirm our security at the back. Understood, I replied, and started walking towards the back of the formation. Right then, I heard Mada's voice from behind. I found it. Everyone get ready for battle. In response, I turned around while taking out the magic sword flam from my magic bag. Thrust. An intense shock ran through my chest, and I fell on my back to the ground. Hey, what got H? I couldn't understand what had happened. A sword was sticking out of my chest. What's going on? What about the unicorn? Ahahaha, he fell for it so easily. I'm glad that he was stupid. Things ended easily. Well, I guess so. You foo-foo, foolish man, what a trash. The mocking laughter of the 3 Red and Silver Moon party members echoed. It seems that I was deceived. Thinking about it again, it makes sense. One of the 3 must have heard the appraisal results of the magic sword flam at the weapon shop, or the conversation I had with the boss of the weapon shop. Only the owner can take out the items in a magic bag. That's why they tricked me into the forest and created a situation where I had to take out the magic sword from my magic bag. This was your plan, huh? Shit. Seems like you finally figured it out. I'll be taking this magic sword now. Ah, but you can keep the advance payment. I'm sure he kept it in his magic bag, so we can't take it out anyway. Hey, since it's over already, let's get going. I don't want to breathe the same air as this thrash. I summoned the last of my strength and stood up while enduring the pain. When I finally understood everything, anger and hatred gradually welled up within me. I'll never forgive you. Tisk so persistent. Besides, you're going to die soon. There's no point talking about that stuff. Struggle like the worm you are. Madas pulled out the sword in my chest and stomped on my head as I fell face down. Die in pain. Leaving behind just those words, the 3 of them walked out of the forest while laughing. A pool of blood spread around me. I couldn't even feel the pain anymore. All I could feel was that the tips of my fingers were numb. Pity, frustration, anger, and hatred filled my heart. I tried to move my body, but to no avail. Status. My status popped up in my mind. 5 HP remaining, and condition is blood loss. HP 4. I was deceived yet again. Thoughts swirled in my mind while watching my HP decrease. There is nothing more I can do. I'm going to die like this. When I accepted death, my mind gradually regained its composure. HP 3 too. I was not able to accomplish anything in my life. Mine was a life of betrayal, deception, and compromise. HP 1. If I'm reborn, I won't compromise anymore. I'll live as I please. HP 0. If I'm reborn, I'll become stronger than anyone else. HP 00. Wait, why am I still conscious? I was still perfectly conscious. I could still see the surroundings and also my status. I checked my status again. Condition death. HP 00. Death, I'm dead. Is this what death is like? I was imagining something like ascending to the heavens or an out-of-body experience. Well, in any case, I still can't move my body nor can I speak. There's not much I can do with just my sight. Section, I wonder how much time has passed. I think it's been 3 to 4 days, but I'm not sure. As usual, I can still see the surroundings and my consciousness is intact. All I can do right now is check my status. I checked my status for the umpteenth time. Condition decay. HP 00. Decay. I'm starting to decay. What should I do? Wait, regain your calm, compose yourself. I remember Grandpa used to say, when there is nothing else you can do, surrender yourself to time. Condition decay. HP 05. My maximum HP is. Condition decay. HP 010. Hey, what? Condition corruption. HP 020. It's increasing. Grandpa, the maximum value is increasing. Hey, wait. Let's check the other values too. Name Dalmakion. Race zombie. Condition decay. Level 1. HP 2020. MP 300 SDR 5, VIT 5, Dex 1, INT 30, AGI 1, Luck 35. Title, Skill, Iron Stomach. The moment I saw this information, I felt a burning sensation all over my body and an intense numbness, and lost consciousness for the first time in several days. Chapter 2, I am a zombie. The smell of blood and decay filled my nostrils. My eyesight was blurry. I could feel the cold soil on my hands and cheeks. That's how I knew I was lying face down. I remember now, I lost consciousness after checking my status. Little by little, I was able to sort things out and compose myself. I can feel the coldness of the soil, which means my sense of touch is functioning. The same seems to be the case for my sight and smell. I wonder if I can move my body. Wrestle. I can move my arms, fingers, and legs. Let's try standing up. My gaze slowly rose as I tried standing up. I gradually became aware of my surroundings and the condition of my body. My leather jacket was ripped across the chest, and my trousers were drenched in mud. The wounds on my body were rotting, some of my nails and skin were peeled off, exposing the flesh underneath. Strangely, however, I felt no pain. I was still in the same place as where I was killed, the forest of everlasting darkness. You Wagu. I tried to say status, but I couldn't pronounce it well. The fact that I was able to think calmly, even in this situation, surprised even myself. I have to check my status somehow. Let's try saying it strongly in my mind. Status. Name Dalmakion. Race zombie. Condition corruption, hunger. Level 1. HP 2020. MP 300 SDR 5. VIT 5. Dex 1. INT 30. AGI 1. LUK 35. Title. Skill. Iron Stomach. Pain Tolerance. Hunger. It worked. My race is zombie, a monster. I kinda knew it somehow, but it's still a shock. How did this happen? Well, Grandpa used to say, don't think too much about the things that you can't understand until the time to understand it comes. Do your best on what you can do at that moment. So let's postpone that for now and confirm the current situation first. My level is 1. My stats have also dropped significantly, and above all, my agility is only 1. How long will it take to move from here? By the way, it's ironic that my luck is 3 times that of a human. I seem to have more skills now. I didn't know that skills could be increased. Skill. Iron Stomach. Absorbs and digests whatever you eat and won't upset your stomach. Pain Resistance. Strong resistance to pain, but not completely. Hunger, always in a hungry state. No matter how much you eat, you will never be full. Iron Stomach is a skill I've had since I was a human. Thanks to this, I've never had an upset tummy, but it's not useful in battle. It was evaluated by others as a garbage skill. Pain Tolerance is appreciated. If it wasn't for this, I'd be writhing in pain by now. Hunger is really dangerous. Is this because my race is zombie? Not being satisfied no matter how much you eat is just pure torture. So it seems that skills can indeed increase. Let's move forward with that premise next. Let's assess the current situation. This is no doubt the Forest of Eternal Darkness. Undead monsters often appear in the Forest of Eternal Darkness, but they are generally slow-moving and have low intelligence. I should be able to manage for a while. Next, what to do if I encounter adventurers. I am, without a mistake, a monster now. It means naturally being hunted by adventurers. However, there is absolutely nothing that can be used as material from hunting lower-class undead. Sometimes there is a rare quest in which you have to collect a mushroom with a hypnotic effect called Anmindake. It is E rank in terms of quest rank. If I raise my level before encountering any adventurers, I should be able to drive them away. Next, my strengths. First of all, I still have the knowledge from my days as an adventurer. I know monster ranks and weaknesses. The experiences I have accumulated as an adventurer should help me survive in the future. Next is my magic bag. It contains enough maps and tools to survive in distress. This is all I have for the time being. All right, the top priority is to raise my level as much as possible. In that case, let's start looking for monsters. After becoming a zombie, I took off my torn and bloody jacket and slowly walked through the forest. Chapter 3. The Benefits of Leveling Up and First Evolution. After 6 hours of walking, though taking some damage, I managed to defeat 9 skeletons. Skeletons have low power and slow movement, so it was relatively easy to defeat them one by one, even as a zombie. It turned out to be like a quarrel between children, though. I found out that my movements were too slow. I couldn't avoid my opponent's attacks at all. Additionally, I was also attacked first by the monsters. There seems to be no mercy even amongst fellow undead. I wonder if I have leveled up yet. Status: Name Dalmakion. Race Zombie. Condition Corruption, Hunger. Level 7, 21 points remaining. HP 720. MP 300. SDR 5. VIT 5. Dex 1. INT 30. AGI 1. LUK 35. Title: Skill: Iron Stomach. Pain Tolerance. Hunger. Level 7, 21 points left. My level has increased, but my stats haven't changed. Don't tell me, I can decide which stats to increase. To test it out, I tried to increase AGI by 1 point. I was left with 20 points and AGI increased to 2. Wow, this is awesome to say the least. Being able to decide your own stats is an immeasurable advantage. You can maximize your strengths and compensate for your weaknesses. After thinking about it for a few minutes, I decided to focus on increasing AGI. I decided to not worry about the future and spent all my points on AGI. Oh, my body is so light. I can even run. With this, the monsters in this forest should have no chance of victory against me. The only thing that scares me is a ghoul. That monster has high attack power. Even one shot can be fatal. Vroowoo. That's a zombie, huh? Why are you biting a tree? I know you're hungry, but you can't eat a tree. I observed a zombie other than myself for the first time in the forest. No, don't get caught up in human common sense. He's a senior in the zombie world, so to speak. Maybe I can learn something from him. I turned my attention to the large tree next to me and followed my senior's example by biting it as hard as I could. Crunching, chomping, grunting. Nothing changed. I jumped with all my might and landed a knee kick to the back of the senior's head, who was still biting into the tree, which raised my level. After confirming the details: Skill Predation Level 1. HP Recovery Effect Small by Predation. I'm sorry, Zombie-senpai, I will never forget you. I bowed before the senior, who was lying motionless. All right, let's continue leveling up. By leveling up and increasing my agility, I was able to run, jump, and kick. I was able to quickly find monsters one after another. That thing is. A ghoul was slowly walking towards me. I seemed to be its target. I thought about running away, but I remembered the moment I died. I've decided to become stronger. Running away means I can't live as I like. I grabbed a wooden stick on the ground nearby. The ghoul started to attack me. While dodging its attacks, I hit the ghoul with the wooden stick with all my might. It doesn't seem to do much damage, but the ghoul is just wildly swinging its arms, so it's easy to dodge. I'll keep hitting you until you fall. I continuously dodged and attacked for about 10 minutes. About 10 minutes later, the wooden stick broke. At the same time, the ghoul stopped moving. I won somehow. What's my level? Suppressing the excitement of winning against a formidable enemy, I first checked my status. My level had risen to 10. Just like the time when I was a human, it seems that you can obtain much more experience points by defeating higher rank monsters. When I was checking the points I had earned by leveling up, I felt an electrifying shock run through my body. Please select an evolution path. Vengeful Wraith. Eater Ghoul. Information is flowing into my mind. Evolution. Selection. As an adventurer, it was a natural thing to know that monsters can sometimes evolve, but I had completely forgotten about that. So this is what evolution feels like. Calm down, think carefully. Wraith is an undead without a physical body. Physical attacks do not work on them, but they do not have the means of physical attacks. Ghouls have high strength and endurance, but their weakness is their slow movement. But in my case, I have the advantage of being able to decide my own stats. By increasing my agility, that weakness will disappear. Let's go with Ghoul. Once I made that decision, my body gradually became warmer and changes occurred little by little. The parts that were rotten and had holes were filled up. My claws and fangs grew longer and sharper. My pale skin turned black like ink. When the heat cooled down, my body had completely changed. A-B-C-D-A. I was able to pronounce words again. I can talk. Status. Name Dalmakion. Race Eater Ghoul. Condition Hunger. Level 10 9 points remaining. HP 400 400. MP 310 310. SDR 11. VIT 10. Dex 4. INT 31. AGI 22. LUK 35. Title. Skill. Iron Stomach. Pain Tolerance. Hunger. Predation Level 1. Martial Arts Level 1. Increases the damage and impact inflicted on the opponent when attacking with martial arts. Small effect. My race has changed to Ghoul. My status had increased overall as well. In particular, SDR and VIT have increased. In addition, due to the increase in VIT, the maximum value of HP also increased greatly. Martial arts have been added to my skills. Physical attacks with hands and legs will receive a positive benefit, it seems. What an amazing change. The biggest change is that the decay condition has disappeared. The rotten smell is gone, and I am also able to speak now. As long as I get some proper garments, normal communication with a human should be possible. This is getting fun. I'll raise my level and keep evolving more and more. Chapter 4, Dungeon Discovery. All the remaining points from leveling up were allocated to SDR, strength, to increase my attack power. After that, I traversed through the forest again. However, I rarely encountered any monsters and only managed to defeat a few skeletons. Moreover, while searching around, I had reached quite deep into the forest. Gosh, I'm so hungry. I've only eaten bark after becoming a zombie, after all. There are very few animals living in this forest, and most of the monsters are undead. You can't eat undeads, obviously. Mushrooms can be found on the ground, but most of them are poisonous. I couldn't find anything that seemed safe to eat. And although it was dangerous, I collected and put a lot of Anmindake mushrooms in my magic bag as a last resort. In my case, the Iron Stomach skill thwarts the effect of Anmindake, but status ailments can still take place. Anmindake can be used as a sleeping drug if it is in small amounts, but if it exceeds the allowable amount, it will cause sleep abnormalities. This is why it was called a garbage skill. This sound, a river, I can eat fish. I found a lot of fishes swimming in the river. With these claws, I should be able to catch some fishes. I rushed into the river to catch some fish, but I couldn't. As I chased after the fishes, I gradually got to the depth where my thighs were submerged. Damn it, come here, my dinner. Splash, splosh. I slipped and fell into the river. Oh no, I'm drowning. The river is suddenly flowing faster. I was helplessly dragged by the torrent and swallowed into the basin of the waterfall. Section. I woke up in a cave-like place. The thunderous sound of the waterfall echoed behind me. That was dangerous. I was lucky to survive. I should be more careful from now on. For now, let's see where this cave leads. The cave was so dark that I could barely see my surroundings. What's that light? After a while, I found a faintly glowing magic circle on the ground. I recalled having seen this magic circle before. It's a dungeon. I don't know what's on the inside, but there might be monsters I can eat inside the dungeon. The scenery suddenly changed when I touched the magic circle. It seems that I was transferred into the dungeon. What appeared was systematically cut walls and ceiling. It seemed like some sort of historic ruin. Glowing moss and flowers sprouted from the cracks in the stone pavement, illuminating the surroundings. The passage was wide enough for 4 adults to walk side by side. I checked my HP. There was about half left. Even if I turn back, there is only the waterfall basin. No choice but to move forward. About 5 minutes after I started exploring the dungeon, a monster appeared before me while growling. It had a fat body, walked on 2 legs, fur all over its body, and huge tusks on its boar-like face. Orca, an E-rank monster. The difficulty of subjugating monsters varies greatly depending on their strength and intelligence. Therefore, when the Adventurers Guild was founded 800 years ago, monsters were classified by rank. New species and mutants were ranked as soon as they were discovered. The vast amount of information is edited and sorted by the monster types with drawings and explanations, and are stored in the Adventurers Guilds of every city. I love this so-called monster encyclopedia, and whenever I have free time, I read it in the guild's library and imagine how I would fight the monsters in it. There are 9 ranks of monsters, from F to SSS, but it is rare for monsters to be ranked S or higher. Such monsters only appear in lands which are rich in magic essence or large dungeons, which have more than 50 floors with super high difficulty. I've only heard about SS and SSS ranks in legends and myths. Adventurers are ranked from F to SSS, the same as monsters, and they are required to be strong enough to subjugate monsters of the same rank with a single party 4 to 5 people. In short, a C-rank monster is as strong as 4 C-rank adventurers. By the way, ghouls are also E-rank and are on the same level as orcs. But I'm not sure if I'm too hungry or if my senses are becoming more monster-like, because the orc simply looks like a delicious meat to me. Don't resist and be eaten by me, pork. Gyuguo, we both leapt at each other with great force. The orc charged in with a big swing, but my claws slashed the orc's eyes faster than it could reach me. The orc, blinded, staggered backwards, swinging its hands around wildly. My victory was guaranteed. I waited for the orc to stop thrashing about wildly while observing it. When it stopped its wild movements, I quickly hit it 3 times in the abdomen and face. The orc collapsed and stopped moving. Well, I was able to get some meat, but there was no wood in this dungeon that could start a fire. I took out a dismantling knife from my magic bag and quickly dismantled the dead orc. It can't be helped, let's eat like this. It was quite delicious. What surprised me was that I ate a whole orc in about 5 minutes. A ghoul's teeth can easily chew through an orc's meat. That didn't fill my stomach at all. Can I turn an orc into a beverage? No, let's not think about that. Since only orcs appeared on the first floor, I turned all of them into food as soon as I encountered them. Having become accustomed to dealing with orcs, I continued through the dungeon violently while carefully munching on the orc meat I stored in my magic bag. Oh, stairs. It's the type of dungeon that goes upwards. As soon as I went up the stairs without a care, I arrived at a fairly large room. In the back of the room, there were large numbers of orcs and orc fighters with a slightly larger body. The orcs' gazes fell on me all at once, focusing on my right hand, the meat I was munching on. Ah, sorry, I'll be on my way. Gyuguo, Bumuwu. There were at least 20 orcs roaring and charging at me all at once. I immediately put the meat in my right hand into my magic bag and ran down the stairs. As I looked behind me, the orcs came down the stairs one by one. Seeing that, I turned my body around and raised my fists. If it's one-on-one, it's no different than an all-you-can-eat buffet. I threw my fist into the belly of the orc that descended first, and when it stopped moving, I bit its neck and tore it into pieces. I tossed the dead orc to the side, and then threw a high kick into the face of the orc fighter that followed behind. After that, I immediately broke its leg with a low kick and slammed my fist into its jaw with an uppercut. Until the group of orcs stopped coming down from the stairs, I thought of the fastest way to exterminate them and continuously implemented it. Phew, I was really surprised. I took a deep breath after turning the entire group of orcs into lumps of meat. When it comes to dealing with a group, my offensive power is still insufficient. From now on, let's focus on increasing strength and agility stats. When I checked my status, my level had risen to 18. I distributed all remaining points into SDR, Strength, and AGI, Agility. Status: Name Dalmakion. Race Eater Ghoul. Condition Hunger. Level 18. HP 17400. MP 310 310. SDR 29. VIT 10. Dex 4. INT 31. AGI 37. LUK 35. Title: Skill: Iron Stomach. Pain Tolerance. Hunger. Predation Level 2. HP Recovery Effect Small added. Martial Arts Level 2. Increases damage and impact from unarmed melee, improved correction. That's the rumored sudden room. Certainly. If that many monsters attack all at once, there will be casualties. The experience points are really good though. My skill level has also increased. Let's celebrate by eating some meat. While I was waiting for my HP to recover while stuffing a large amount of orc meat into my stomach, I suddenly realized that my life as a monster was more enjoyable than when I was a human. Chapter 5, Second Evolution. Thank you for the meal. I counted while dismantling the orcs. There were 25 of them. I mean, even though I ate them all, my stomach didn't swell. My body hasn't changed. What's going on with my stomach? Well, at least my hunger has decreased. Oh, the predation skill level has risen again. Skill: Predation Level 3. Increased natural HP recovery when full. But I'm never going to feel full. Rather, I'm already feeling hungry. Let's get moving. I climbed the stairs and entered the sudden room on the second floor again. I took a quick look at it this time, but there was no longer anything there. I passed through the floor while being wary of my surroundings, and after a while, I could see the next flight of stairs. I climbed up to the third floor. There was a passageway as large as the first floor, and 3 monsters immediately appeared. There's an orc archer on the third floor. While dodging the arrows flying at me, I observed the enemy. The orc archer had the same body as an orc fighter, but also had a bow and arrow. Looking at its quiver, I see no signs of arrows in it. Is the dungeon supplying it with arrows, so it won't run out of arrows? Need to prioritize defeating it. While dodging the arrows that flew at me, I dashed towards the orc archer and punched its stomach with my usual punch, but boom, my fist pierced the orc archer's stomach and appeared on the other side. What? Oh no. I quickly pulled out my fist and dodged the incoming attack of an orc fighter and leapt back. Hasn't my power increased too much? All it took was 1 punch. Overwhelmed by my own offensive power, I quickly changed my tactics. Realizing that I was stronger than an E-rank, I took down the remaining 2 orc fighters with 1 punch as well. If it's this easy, I can steamroll through this dungeon. No, but dungeons have bosses. A boss will appear in the last room of the dungeon. Once the boss is defeated, a magic circle will appear. If you touch the magic circle, you will be transported to the exit. That is the general information known about dungeons. Also, large dungeons seem to have magic circles that allow you to return midway without defeating the boss. The monsters I have defeated up until now were all E-rank. No matter how you look at it, this is a small dungeon. Let's level up a little more before going to the boss room. I am also unarmed, after all. Thereafter, I defeated all the monsters that appeared with a single blow, and moved forward while stuffing the dismantled monsters into my magic bag. The stairs going up to the 4th floor came into view. When I hit a charging orc fighter with a jumping knee kick counter, my body gradually started to heat up. This feeling. I have reached level 20. After reconfirming that there were no other monsters around, I relaxed my body and calmed my breathing. Please select an evolution path. Giant ogre. Cursed mummy. Kijin. Note. Kijin is a demon in Japanese myth. Here we go, all of them are Oni type. Am I evolving in the Oni line because I chose a ghoul in my first evolution? I feel that this choice will be quite important. First, Giant Ogre is excluded from the selection. Positioned as a C-ranked monster, it is extremely powerful and has extraordinary endurance. However, due to its large size, it does not have good maneuverability. Furthermore, if I evolve into that giant body in this dungeon, my movement will be restricted. Next, Cursed Mummy seems to be a safe choice. As your level increases, you will be able to use a variety of spells to lower your opponent's offensive power and restrict their movement. It could be compatible with my high intelligence. However, in battles with multiple opponents, it is difficult to demonstrate its true potential. Since adventurers fundamentally form into a party with multiple people, it is said that subjugation of this monster is relatively easy if the party's tactics are sound. Therefore, in the Monster Encyclopedia, it was considered to be D rank. The last choice is Kijin, a monster I've never heard of before. There is no mention of a Kijin in the Monster Encyclopedia. But I feel like I've heard of Kijin somewhere. Where was it? Whoa, wait a minute. Don't tell me I accidentally selected it by saying the name. Ah, gah. An electrifying shock ran through my body. Right after that, my body gradually changed into something else. Even with the pain tolerance skill, I was writhing in unbearable pain. Ha, has it subsided? I guess I shouldn't say the choices out loud. Even so, the pain has lessened than the first time. Status. Name Dalmakion. Race Kijin. Condition, level 20. HP 401, 000. MP 310, 310. SDR 47. VIT 20. Dex 10. INT 31. AGI 50. LUK 35. Title. Skill. Iron Stomach. Pain Tolerance. Predation, level 3 to Gluttony. Predation is possible even when the stomach is full, and the maximum amount of HP and MP increases slightly each time you eat while the stomach is full. Martial Arts, level 2. Strong Arm. SDR increases by 50% for 5 minutes. MP consumption 10. Nimble. AGI increases by 50% for 5 minutes. MP consumption 10. The leap in stats is too great. Chapter 6. Kijin's True Power. Let's see how my appearance has changed. My arms and legs were quite similar to a human's. My long nails were slightly more sharpened. The 2 fangs that were protruding from my mouth have also retracted back inside. I can't see how my face has changed. Perhaps I can see it in a water reflection. H-horns. While I was touching my cheeks, chin, mouth, and eyes, I felt 2 horns on my forehead. Well, I'll check my new appearance later. More importantly, the changes in stats and skills are amazing. First of all, SDR, strength, and AGI, agility have been further increased by 10 each. Dexterity, also increased to 10, probably because I evolved closer to a humanoid form. The biggest change is my HP, health points. It's a whopping 1,000, which is actually 2.5 times more than when I was a ghoul. This is probably due to the fact that vitality increased by 10. Next, regarding skills, hunger and predation have been integrated into a new skill called gluttony, and has strengthened further. The hunger that was always in the condition column after I became a zombie has disappeared. Now I can't feel hunger at all. With this, I can take advantage of the full stomach condition which was restricted by hunger previously. Furthermore, I also acquired 2 unbelievable skills at the same time. Strong arm and nimble. Both can be activated at the same time, boosting SDR and AGI by 50% for 5 minutes. In short, attack power and agility are increased by 1.5 times. When I was a ghoul, I could pierce an orc fighter's torso unarmed with a SDR of 29. After leveling up and evolving, my current SDR has increased to 47. When the strong arm skill is activated, my SDR will jump to 70. If I punched an orc with those stats, it will surely be blown to bits, right? I subconsciously climbed the stairs leading to the 4th floor, bewildered by my own evolution. Oops, I have to test my skills. If the next floor is the boss room, I have to get some practice in first. At the top of the stairs, a room-type floor spread out. I was a little relieved that it was not the boss room, but 4 monsters that seemed to be higher-rank orcs slowly approached me from the front with murderous intent. Orc swordsman, orc mage, orc guard, orc general, they were all D ranks, but their intelligence is higher than that of normal orcs and they seem to fight in a group. Moreover, their job compatibility was perfect. The difficulty seems to have increased, no matter. Let's get it. Strong arm, nimble, whoa. The orc's movement suddenly slowed down the moment I activated the skills. Still perplexed, I set my sights on the most troublesome of the 4, the leader orc general, and leapt towards it. My movements were faster than before while the orcs were still slow. It seems that my dynamic vision has improved due to the large increase in AGI, and I can see movements in the surroundings in slow motion when concentrating. I wonder how the orcs see me when I am moving at this speed. The orcs were bewildered. I slipped past the stupefied orcs at my fastest speed and punched the orc general with all my might. His armor shattered and he was sent flying until he crashed into the wall behind him. Wow, with this evolution, I've completely surpassed the strength of a human, and just with my bare hands. I was originally a C-rank solo adventurer. If it was a D-rank monster, I would have been fine as long as my equipment was in order. However, I didn't possess such overwhelming power or speed. I was mostly reliant on technique, not dumb strength. Combining this physical ability with my knowledge and technique from my days as an adventurer, I might be able to beat an A-rank adventurer if it was a one-on-one fight. I turned around to target the remaining 3 dumbfounded orcs. First the mage, then the swordsman. With that decision, I instantly maneuvered around to the side of the orc mage and smashed his head with a spinning back kick. In the next step, I closed in on the swordsman and grabbed him by the forehead. I ran while dragging him towards the wall and smashed the back of his head against the wall. Confirming that the swordsman had died, I turned to face the orc guard. The last one. It ended more quickly than I expected. The orc guard had already lost its will to fight. Perhaps because his body was stiff, when I poked his buttocks, he dropped the shield and spear he was holding and began to tremble. I approached him slowly and tried to talk to him. Perhaps because this was my first battle as a Kijin, I was feeling quite heated up. I didn't know if the orc guard could even understand me. Come at me. I killed your comrades, you know. I'm going to eat these guys, you know. Bumo. Hey, don't you feel frustrated? Don't you have pride in being an orc? Come at me. You're a man, right? Guma. Gubumo. Ha, it doesn't matter. I've cooled down. Tremble and run for the rest of your life, pig bastard. Fugo goo. I just didn't feel like killing an enemy who had lost the will to fight. I wonder if it's a remnant from my human days. No, it's not. If you're a human, monsters are still dangerous even if they've lost the will to fight. Looking at the trembling orc, for some reason only anger, disappointment, and emptiness welled up. Before I knew it, I was insulting the monster in a way I never would have when I was a human. My mind might be unraveling a bit since I became a monster. Well, let's move on. That door I see over there is probably the boss room. Gotta focus. I took my eyes off the trembling orc guard and walked towards the huge door. Chapter 6.2, Kijin's True Power. Orc Guard's Perspective. I was born as an orc guard in this dungeon. I don't know how long it has been since I was born, but that kind of thing didn't matter. From the beginning, I knew how to cooperate with the other orcs born with me, how to play my role, and how to kill intruders. No one has ever entered this room, but if someone enters this room, I can use any means or method to kill them. Everyone here simply understood that it was natural to do so, without anyone telling them to do so. If I couldn't do that, I thought that I, as an individual, had no value. That was, until a few minutes ago. That man suddenly appeared. He walked in with a faint smile, as if he came for a walk. I stared at the man and waited for instructions to kill from the general. I can assure you that I never took my eyes off him. Yet when the man whispered something, he instantly disappeared. I felt as though the wind had blown past me. Immediately after that, a thunderous roar echoed from behind. When I turned around, the general was stuck in the wall. I had no idea what happened. While I was still confused, the man muttered again. Then the mage's head exploded, and the swordsman who was supposed to be nearby disappeared. When I looked in the direction of the second thunderous roar again, the swordsman was also dead by the wall. What's going on? Emotions I have never felt swirled within me before the incomprehensible situation. My hands tremble, my legs tremble. I couldn't move. Still, I couldn't take my eyes off that man. The man spoke while walking towards me. For some reason, I could understand all of the man's words. Come at me. I killed your comrades, you know. I'm going to eat these guys, you know. Bumu. I'm gonna be eat. Hey, don't you feel frustrated? Don't you have pride in being an orc? Come at me. You're a man, right? Gumo, Gubumu, frustrated, I. Ha, it doesn't matter. I've cooled down. Tremble and run for the rest of your life, pig bastard. Fugo goo pig bastard. When I was talking to this man, I finally understood what this feeling was. Fear, dread, no, it's not that. This was admiration, respect, affection, and worship. In other words, it's admiration and respect for the absolute strong. I even felt envious of my comrades who were killed. I understand it now. I want this man, this being, to eat me. I want my existence to be nourishment for this person. But that person was gone. I can't allow such an inexperienced and small existence such as myself to become sustenance for that person. I have to burn his appearance, his voice, his precious face, and his scent into my brain. That's it. I must get out of the dungeon and become stronger. Learn the outside world and become smarter. And someday be eaten by that person. And hopefully convey this one thing to him. I am a female pig. Chapter 7. Dungeon Boss and Loot. I wonder what kind of monster the boss is. My guess is that it will be from the orc race. The worst-case scenario could be an orc king. It's an A rank and is known to be by far the strongest of the orcs. Well, no point wondering about it. Let's just go see what it is. When I tried to touch the door, it opened on its own. The room was the largest I've seen in this dungeon, and the ceiling was also unusually high. As I took a step inside, the light slowly turned on in the room. In the middle of the room were 3 C-rank monsters orc berserkers, and the giant standing behind them is ogre, so the boss isn't an orc. Wait, that's a red ogre. A variant, are you serious? The red ogre is a variant of the giant ogre and has a higher rank, B rank. The red ogre had a huge body, twice as tall as me, and a huge axe in its right hand. The 3 orc berserkers also carried axes in both hands. Even if my HP is more than 1,000, combined attacks from those enemies would be bad for me. Now then, I have no choice but to kill the berserkers first and then face the red ogre one-on-one. As for how to defeat it, I'll think about it while fighting. Reactivating the strong arm and nimble skills, I dashed towards the orc berserker on the far left. I tried to go around to the side and hit him, but a bad premonition came to my mind, so I reflexively jumped up. A huge axe mowed down at the spot where I had been. "Are you serious? You cut through the berserkers just to get to me." I was astonished seeing the upper and lower bodies of the 3 orc berserkers halved. In that instance, the red ogre threw its fist at me. I was able to defend the punch with both hands, but I was still blown away. Damn, my hands are tingling. It's a miracle that I was able to defend myself in time. I have 545 HP left. Another direct hit would kill me. Being so close to death, I felt fear growing in my heart. However, suppressing that fear made me think more clearly. Phew, at times like this, you gotta remember Grandpa's words. Steel your resolve and emotions. The damage is 0 if you don't get hit. Light the fire in your heart. Let's go. I ran at maximum speed and picked up 2 of the orc berserker's axes. Without losing any momentum, I aimed at the red ogre's left knee and swung the axe in my right hand. My axe missed slightly, but it still pierced its calf. I still have another axe. It's from that pig you cut in half. With the axe in my left hand, I cut the muscle behind its left knee. The ogre endured the pain and tried to shake me off with its left hand, but I ducked under the arm and slammed my axe at the top of his left foot. The red ogre almost fell over, but somehow managed to hold out by kneeling down to one knee. My attacks are not over yet. I jumped high and slammed my fist into the back of his head. After all, the red ogre can't make tight turns once you get too close. Even if it has overwhelming endurance, my attacks, which have increased by 1.5 times thanks to my skills, seem to deal solid damage. Seeing the red ogre slowly fall forward, I picked up the axe on the ground with both hands and swung it towards its right eye with a spin. Gah! Don't lump me together with those pig bastards over there. If you don't get serious soon, I'll turn you into a lump of meat and devour you. Come. I cut off the red ogre's right thumb, chopped off the muscles in his arm, thrust the axe into its back, and then broke its right shin while it was about to get up. At the end of a violent flurry of blows, my axe cracked its skull, killing the red ogre. Ha ha ha, phew, did I get carried away and overdid it? I don't regret it, but my words seem to get a bit abusive when I get too fired up. I don't think I can fix it. I took a short break and reflected on the battle. I kept attacking it one-sidedly, but if I didn't have a weapon, it would have been really dangerous. I thought my strength was enough, but it would be reckless to use my bare hands against monsters that exceed B rank. The orc berserker's axes were broken to a point where it was useless since I used it recklessly. Finally, I checked my status. My level was 23 and I had additional skills. Skill appraisal. Appraise the value, name, and effects of weapons, armor, and accessories. This is the useful skill that the boss of the weapon shop had. That's a treasure chest, and it's red. A red treasure chest slowly appeared from the floor. At the same time, the boss was absorbed into the dungeon. I didn't know that could happen. I wanted to eat it. All right, let's open it. Ah, my heart is pounding. The feeling of opening a treasure chest, it never gets old. Without further delay, I opened the treasure chest. There was an iron club inside. When I appraised it, Red Ogre's iron club, attack power 15. Weapon armor destruction effect. Everything is happening too fast. My emotions can't keep up. Let's organize the information for now. First, the appraisal skill. Great danger will follow me when I enter a city. I still don't know what I look like, so I can't say for sure yet, but I am unmistakably a monster. Therefore, it is no exaggeration to say that knowing item information will be an essential skill in the future. Next is Red Ogre's Iron Club. Weapon armor destruction effect means that when the weapon hits an opponent's weapon or armor, it will be easier to destroy them. I have no idea what the 15 offensive power is, but according to the appraisal, the rarity of this weapon is red. Rarity indicates the rarity of the item, and the higher the rarity, the more powerful the weapon or armor. The rarity colors are gold, purple, red, blue, green, white, descending order of rarity value. Weapon shops generally sell white and green weapons, and most adventurers use white and green weapons. Some veteran adventurers have blue weapons, but when it comes to red, only a handful of adventurers with a rank or higher have them. By the way, the rarity of magic sword flam is also red. Red weapons are said to be ones which people would kill and deceive one another for. I am living as an example of that. When it comes to purple and gold weapons and armor, they are said to be legendary or mythical. Even countries probably don't own more than one. Are there other items that can be appraised? What about my magic bag? A. Red. I was surprised to learn the rarity of the item I randomly selected from a bargain box at a general store in Ricuria. But it makes sense now how the magic bag can hold more than 10 orcs in it. It is an extremely rare item. Generally, adventurers only use white or green magic bags. I never got it appraised after purchasing it cause I thought it would be white anyway. I could have become super rich if I had sold this, though I don't think I would have. After sorting out the information, I looked around for a magic circle that leads to the exit, and I was relieved to find a magic circle gleaming in the innermost part of the room. Let's collect the orcs before leaving. You can never have too many orcs. While walking around collecting the scattered orc meat that was severed by the red ogre, I found a small round protrusion on the wall. What's this? It's a strange shape that makes you want to push it in, but it would likely activate a trap. I want to push it. Maybe I should push it. Let's push it. Gigauga. When pushed in, the shape of the wall next to it changed, and a staircase leading to an upper floor appeared. Don't tell me the real boss room is up there. Although I was puzzled, I couldn't overcome my curiosity and naturally started climbing the stairs. Chapter 8, I tried eating the dungeon core. At the end of a long flight of stairs, I found a fountain in the center of the room and a wooden bridge that led to a small island. The surrounding walls and floor were covered with similar glowing plants, which can also be found in the rest of the dungeon, creating a magical atmosphere. Is that an altar in the center of the fountain? As if my steps were being guided, I started walking towards the altar. Rather than a sense of curiosity, anxiety, or fear, it felt somewhat nostalgic. A small rainbow-colored sphere floated in front of me when I arrived at the altar. As I held the sphere in my hand and looked at it, an image of a certain person talking to me with a smile came into my mind. Let's eat. Zombie senpai. Confused, I looked at the small sphere again and closed my eyes. As before, what came to mind was Zombie Senpai smiling and giving me a thumbs up. Right. Senpai taught me to abandon the chains, called common sense. I am here now because of my senpai's teachings. Thank you for the meal. Gulp. The absorption of the dungeon core has been confirmed. Hereafter, the dungeon master of Fort Noir Labyrinth will be the individual Daumikion. Intelligence will be increased to the required level. Dungeon master. Generation of clone core begins. Information flowed into my mind, just like during evolution. Then a sphere of light emerged from my stomach. As the sphere of light changed shape, the light gradually subsided. And what sat on the altar before me was bright pink and pale green patches stitched together to form a body with a cute, deformed round face with drooping triangular ears and a round nose. It was a pig zombie stuffed animal. A stuffed animal. No, is this zombie senpai's reincarnation? You fool, why the hell did you eat me? I almost became poop in your stomach. Are you the zombie senpai? Who is zombie senpai? My name is Ars. I'm the dungeon core. The stuffed animal stood up and smugly crossed its arms. It doesn't know zombie senpai. In the first place, how can a stuffed animal move and talk? But then again, humans can become monsters. Perhaps it's a normal thing. Ars. Damn, so you're not my senpai, Well then, Ars, what is a dungeon core? How impudent. No matter. Dungeon core is something that manages a dungeon without a master. Fundamentally, there is only one dungeon master every few hundred years. Up until now, I couldn't speak or move, but after being eaten by you, it somehow became possible. Is that so, What can a dungeon master do? I want to leave this dungeon. Can I do that? Then, let me explain the basics to you. First of all, the official name of this dungeon is Fort Noir Labyrinth. The dungeon master is the ruler and administrator of this labyrinth. The dungeon master can summon and recover monsters, design floors and rooms, and form treasure chests. Well, they can do almost anything with enough dungeon points. To answer your question of whether you can get out of this dungeon, it's possible. However, you can't do the things I just explained if you are not in this room, so please be careful, okay? Well, if you assign me authority to a certain degree, I can do it in your stead. I see, then I'll leave everything to you. Or rather, what is a dungeon point? You sure about that? If that's the case, just leave it to me. Dungeon points are calculated and increase depending on the total time creatures other than the dungeon master and the monsters generated in this dungeon have spent in this dungeon, and the number of people who have died inside. That's how you increase the number of floors, design rooms, and create items. As for how to create items, well, I'll show it to you, so no explanation is necessary. Whoa, isn't that unbelievably amazing? Then why don't you try making me some clothes? If possible, something that can hide these horns. Well, in that case, there are points for it. But the truth is, I had accumulated a decent amount of points before you came. But now, there are not many points left. Could it be that I am the first person to enter this dungeon? You're correct. Perhaps because it's in such a remote area, people don't really come here. So, I'm hesitant to say, but when I took a break from generating monsters manually and left it in auto, a red ogre was generated automatically. That's why there aren't many points left. That was you, huh? And you say you were sleeping? It's fine, I'm still alive, so I'll forgive you. So did you absorb the red ogre back into the dungeon to collect back the points? That's not how it works. If you recover the dead monsters, you can resummon them again. I guess I can consider this a safe base for the time being, and it's pretty nice to have someone to talk to. Though, it's a stuffed animal. Oh, come to think of it, there is a fountain. Let's go check my appearance. I see, I understand to a certain extent. I'm just going to go check the fountain, so please create the clothes for me. Understood. Now then, what do I actually look like? It's a little scary, but I'm looking forward to it. The fountain water was pretty clear, and thanks to the glowing plants, the area was bright. Time to check my face. Wow, this face is completely unexpected. My face was reflected in the water. Like my hands and legs, it was fair-skinned and well-groomed. My hair was a shiny silver overall, with a green gradation towards the ends. There were 2 cool horns on my forehead, but if I can hide them with my hair or a hood, I'll have no problem entering the city. This face looks like it's about 16 years old. I look rejuvenated, or rather, like a completely different person, No trace of my old face at all, not that I have any lingering attachment. What are you looking at? No, is this me? Oh right, this is how adorable, I look so pretty ye. Oh, I'm glad you liked it. More importantly, where's my clothes? Oh right, it's already done. Here you go. Ars handed over a set of clothes for adventurers, all black and a black cloak with a hood. It looks flawless. Thank you. Don't worry about it. So, what are we going to do now? About that, actually, I know the location of another dungeon. I'm thinking of challenging it after a short rest. Oh right, come to think of it, I forgot to mention something about the dungeon master's ability. Do you want to hear it? Ability? I still remember everything you explained previously, so just go ahead. All right, the dungeon master's abilities are roughly divided into 2. The first is teleportation. You can teleport to anywhere within the dungeon, and if you're outside, you can teleport to the dungeon. I understand, please continue. The second is a subordinate contract. To put it simply, it's a talent scout. If you scout someone and the other party accepts it, a contract is established. Some of your magic essence will flow into the subordinate, and a connection between the fellow magic essences will be formed. And you will be able to use telepathy. Even if we're apart, we can still have a conversation without using words. Something like this, wow, that surprised me. Since I was absorbed by you once, a connection has been established between us. By the way, even subordinates are also able to teleport within the labyrinth and return to the labyrinth. I just learned an incredible amount of information all at once. I've become able to do teleportation in the labyrinth and return to the labyrinth. And then, subordinate contract and telepathy. All right, I've got it, but I don't think I can remember any more than this. It's okay, I'll teach you the details later. All right, thanks. I'll quickly change into these new clothes, check my status, and catch some sleep. Then I guess I'll make a bed with dungeon points. Good night. Thus, I finally got a safe base and the first sleep in several days. Even in my dreams, I was smiling, thanking Zombie Senpai. Status: Name Dalmakion. Race Kijin. Condition: Level 25. HP 1001, 000. MP 610, 610. SDR 47. VIT 20. Dex 10. INT 61. AGI 65. LUK 35. Title Labyrinth Ruler. Skill: Iron Stomach. Pain Tolerance. Martial Arts Level 2. Gluttony. Strong Arm. Nimble. Appraisal. Equipment: Red Ogre's Iron Rod. Labyrinth Explorer's Shirt. Black Bison Leather Pants. Assassin's Cloak. Black Combat Boots. Chapter 9. The Plunderer's End. Alto Kingdom Royal Capital Alrain. In a corner of the Royal Capital's tavern, amidst the usual hustle and bustle, Madas of the Red and Silver Moon, party and bride of the Tempest Cloud party were drinking together. Bridesan, our most recent quest was profitable and also an easy success. We even got new equipment. Are you referring to your new weapon, the magic sword Flam? Where did you get it? I can't tell you that, even if you are our client. Which reminds me, why was there a need to kill a nobody like him? The usually expressionless bride frowned slightly, because he might know my secret. I didn't want it to come back and bite me in the back. I see Tempest Cloud's secret. Ho, perhaps I should have asked him about it. If you knew, you'd be erased too. How scary. I didn't ask about it, so you don't have to worry. That's a smart choice. Leaving that aside, have you already used the magic sword? No, I'm planning to go to the Adventurers Guild Training Center to see how it feels. Are you interested? I just wonder what kind of ability a red rarity magic sword has. Would you like to come along? I am planning to join up with my party after this. All right, let's go together. Section: Adventurers Guild Underground Training Center. Several adventurers were practicing with their weapons when Madas and the others arrived at the Underground Training Center. While checking out the adventurers' equipment, Madas stopped near the center of the ground with a sense of superiority and pulled out the magic sword Flam. Let's try channeling mana right away. I don't know how much is needed, so let's channel little by little. Madas poured mana into the magic sword. A magic sword's ability is activated by channeling mana, MP. Although the amount of mana required for each weapon differs, it is said that the greater the required amount, the stronger the ability. It's not easy to activate this. Then I'll pour everything I have into it. And when his MP was reduced by about half, Madas noticed something unusual. It's absorbing my mana on its own. Gaia. Madas gradually became contaminated with evil emotions that were not his own. Stop, hey ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Blood, give me blue-at. Madas' two party members noticed something was not right and rushed over. Hey, Madas, what's wrong? You look strange, are you okay? Gah. Catherine, the healer, was stabbed through the chest with the magic sword. However, she didn't bleed. As if all the liquid in Catherine's body was sucked out, her body became thin and wrinkled and fell to the floor. Huh, why, hey, stop it, let me go. Stew up. Madas laughed out loud as he stabbed the sword into the abdomen of the mage, Stare. Eroded by the magic sword Flam, his right hand gradually turned red and black. Gehehaha, blood, delicious. Gimme Mari. Madas tossed away the wrinkled mage and laughed as he cut down the surrounding adventurers one after another. Ehehaha? Not yet. Still not enough blue. As I thought, it's a magic sword that corrupts the mind. In Bride's hand was a sword that burned red, and in his line of sight was Madas, whose head had been cut off with an expression of despair, and the magic sword Flam that had assimilated into his right arm. I should have asked where he got it even if by force. He stabbed his sword into Madas expressionlessly and poured mana into the sword. The flames on the sword flared and consumed Madas, leaving only the magic sword Flam. Gosh, it's become troublesome. I lost my pawn. I'll have to raise a new one again. No, perhaps I can use this thing. The incident that occurred in the basement of the Royal Capital Adventurers Guild was treated as a rampage by Red and Silver Moon's Madas, and the existence of the magic sword Flam was concealed by the S-rank adventurer. The Great Flame, Bride. Chapter 10, Destined Encounter. Where am I? Yes, I ate the dungeon core and slept. I woke up and stretched my body. Slightly sharp nails protrude from my long white fingers. It wasn't a dream. Even in my dreams, I saw Zombie Senpai, giving me a thumbs up with a smile. So you're finally awake, sleepyhead. How long have I been asleep? For about 3 days. How did you feel? It was comfortable, wasn't it? Yeah, this place feels strangely safe. Did you make this room ours? That's right, I made a small room next to the core room. You can take naps easily from now on, Master. Thanks to that, our dungeon point is now 0. I see, thanks, and don't call me Master, it feels creepy. Just call me On. Understood, so On, you're planning to go to another dungeon. Yeah. Rather, how do you feel about me going to another dungeon, ours? Is that okay with you? It's not really a problem. If you destroy the dungeon core, another dungeon will simply be created elsewhere, and if you eat it like you did with me, that dungeon will also be mastered by you. I see. Then there's no problem. All right, I'll head there right away. If something happens, I can contact you through telepathy, right? Also, when heading back, I'll use the labyrinth return. Sounds good to me. The teleportation magic circle to exit the dungeon has been made in the core room, so you can use that. Take care and be careful. Sure. A magic circle, connected to the outside, gleamed at a corner of the core room. With a slight gesture of my hand, my surroundings suddenly darkened, and I was transported to the bank of a river in the forest of eternal darkness. There was no magic circle at the transfer destination. The exit seems to be one way only. Is this river close to where I was washed away? The way outside this forest is that way. I'll put on my hood just in case I run into another person. Let's go to the Green Plains. Ignoring all the monsters in the forest, I arrived at Green Plains in a few minutes by sprinting. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to hunt monsters from this point on. While walking straight in the direction of the dungeon entrance, I killed one-horned rabbits and goblins on the way. Is that a flock of gray wolves? And they are hunting a fox beast. A wounded fox beast was surrounded by 6 gray wolves. However, the fox did not give up and desperately fought for its life. For a small beast, it has got quite the guts. It's fighting back against several higher-rank monsters. How intriguing. I activated Nimble skill and instantly moved to stand between the gray wolves and the fox. Yo, do you need help? Q1. The fox looks surprised, but it seems to know that I'm not an enemy. This fox is smart. I turned around and set my sights on the flock of gray wolves. Sorry for interrupting your hunt. I'll let you go if you don't attack me. What do you say? Gurururu, Vaughn. The gray wolves charged at me all at once, but their movements were slow. I took out Red Ogre's iron club from my magic bag and swung it sideways. It was an instant kill. Even unarmed, there was a clear difference in power, but I thought of trying out the power of a red weapon as well. To be honest, I held back my strength. It's already this destructive, even without using the strong arm skill. This weapon's attack power is more dangerous than I expected. Q1. When I looked down, I saw the fox beast pressing its head against my leg delightedly. Looking closer, I can see that it has 2 tails. How rare, you have 2 tails. Ah, right, I have a recovery potion in the magic bag. As I sprinkled the potion on the fox beast, its wound started to heal. The bloodstains on its body were also washed away, and its hair reflected a thin gold glow. It looked so cute when it started shaking off the droplets from its fur. Seems like you're the only fox around here. Would you like to come with me? Come join me. The 2-tailed fox nodded and cried, Con. In response, my body glowed slightly, feeling like a connection was established between us. Oh, I feel like we're connected somehow. This is my first time, so I'm not too sure, but it looks like it worked. Nice to meet you. What's your name? Kin. You don't have one? Then you're Kinu. I've heard that there's a cloth as beautiful as the color of your fur in Grandpa's hometown. It also sounds similar to your cry. You like it. Con, okay then, Kinu, let's go. Let's start by raising your level. For a while after that, Kinu defeated one-horned rabbits, goblins, and middle rat in Green Plain. Kinu was stronger than I thought. If the gray wolves didn't have the numbers advantage, she might have been able to defeat them. Her body started trembling, probably because her level had risen. Is she evolving already? I'll be keeping watch, so you'll be fine. Relax and get some rest. As Kinu slowly closed her eyes, her body changed little by little. Until a little while ago, she was about the same size as a one-horned rabbit, but she grew bigger little by little and was about the size of a gray wolf now. Her tails increased to 3 and her fur color was a little darker in gold. Kun, it looks like you've evolved safely. Can you move, Kinu? Kinu stood up and nodded. Okay, then let's head to our destination while continuing to level up. From there on, the speed at which Kinu exterminated monsters increased dramatically. She even started using magic. A translucent sphere as big as my head formed in the air and was launched at the monsters. The monsters hit with it stopped moving. Battle over. So strong? That's unfair. I want to use magic too. When I was a human, I could use magic to produce a little bit of water, but now I can't even pull that off. As I looked at Kinu enviously, she cried, "Khan," to me delightedly. Damn, she's so cute. After that, as we one-sidedly exterminated the monsters, a horse cart approached from the front. It looked like a peddler's cart. "Good day. I was watching you from afar. You're strong. Are you a tamer?" Pardon me for not introducing myself first. My name is Barbaru, I'm a peddler. A male beastfolk got off the horse and greeted me. He had fluffy animal ears on the side of his head. Judging from his physical characteristics, I wonder what race he is. Are you curious about my race? I'm a red panda beastman. Or rather, you don't seem too surprised. Sorry, I didn't mean to stare. I've met beastfolk before, so I'm not surprised. So how can I help you? That's a good guess. Actually, I'd like to purchase the meat of the one-horned rabbit that you defeated earlier. Meat? Not the fur or horns. Oh, let me explain about that. My hometown is the Nyahar village located southeast of here. This year, however, strong monsters have begun to appear around the village, so we were not able to hunt as much. Due to that, there is a shortage of food, so I am trying to carry back as much food as possible. I will buy the meat at a slightly higher price than the market price. What do you say? I see, if that's the case, I'll give it to you for free. In return, you help me out when I'm in trouble. Oh, what a kind person you are. I promise I shall. May I ask your name? Amon, nice to meet you. Hoan, Kinu was trying to say on. Come to think of it, I forgot to tell Kinu my name, sorry. But it seems Kinu can somehow understand what we're talking about after all. She's really smart and cute. I just want to pet her. On-sama, thank you very much. I will never forget this kindness and promise. Just call me on. Shall I load the one-horned rabbits into the cart? Yes please. Also, I can't address you so casually. Is it okay if I call you Onsan? Yeah, that's okay. While saying so, I took out 15 one-horned rabbits from my magic bag. Barbaru was surprised, but it was probably due to the capacity of the magic bag. I told him to keep it a secret, and he started nodding hurriedly. Thank you very much. See you soon. Take care on your way, Onsan. See you. After saying goodbye, Barbaru got on his horse and rode away. Well then, we should get going too. Khan, an individual and an animal proceeded across the plains while trampling down monsters. Status. Name Dalmakion. Race Kijin. Condition. Level 28. HP 1001, 000. MP 610, 610. SDR 47. VIT 20. Dex 10. INT 61. AGI 74. LUK 35. Title Labyrinth Ruler. Skill. Iron Stomach. Pain Tolerance. Martial Arts Level 2. Gluttony. Strong Arm. Nimble. Appraisal. Equipment. Red Ogre's Iron Club. Labyrinth Explorer's Shirt. Black Bison Leather Pants. Assassin's Cloak. Dark Combat Boots. Chapter 11. Promise and Determination. After parting with the Beastman peddler, we arrived near the entrance of the dungeon while hunting. It was truly a coincidence that I found this dungeon. After finishing a quest in the Green Plains and on my way back to Ricuria, I leaned against a rock to take a rest, and it felt like the rock had moved just a little. So I pushed it as hard as I could and found a small magic circle under the rock. As I moved the rock in the same way as I did at that time, a glowing magic circle appeared on the ground. Before entering the dungeon, I'd like to check Kinu's status first. Guess I'll ask ours. Can you hear me, Ars? Yeah, can you hear me? What's up? Actually, I made a subordinate contract with a magic beast named Kinu. Is there a way I can somehow see Kinu's status? I already know that you made a contract. It's part of the function of the dungeon, after all. When you want to check the status of your subordinate, you need to touch a part of your subordinate's body. I see, thanks for your help, do your best. As expected of ours, he was able to solve the problem in an instant. Isn't that guy insanely talented? He did summon the red ogre while sleeping, though. Kinu, I want to check your status. So can I touch your head? Kinu cried, Khan, and rubbed her face against me. Ha, so cute, so fluffy. Oops, I almost got sucked in by the cuteness. Let's get back to the subject at hand. I lightly stroked Kinu's head and checked her status. Status. Name Kino. Race Wisdom Fox. Condition Level 15. HP 553, 1100. MP 210, 350. SDR 10. VIT 15. Dex 5. INT 35. AGI 15. LUK 10. Title Labyrinth Subordinate. Skill Energy Ball. Non-attribute attack magic, MP consumption 5. Healing, non-attribute recovery magic, MP consumption 20. Energy Wave. Non-attribute wide area attack magic, MP consumption 20. Oh, I can see it, wow. What is this outrageous status and skills? Con, no, I mean it in a good way. I see now how you were able to endure being surrounded by the gray wolves. Your VIT and HP were originally high. And your skills are amazing. You are almost like a mage who can fight even as a vanguard. That's just cheating. Q1, no, I'm just praising you. It's not bad at all. Rather, it's the best. So from now on, Kinu, please think about raising your intelligence int as much as possible. You might grow even stronger. I don't know if that will actually work, but since she has become my subordinate now, it's possible that her status can be changed like mine. It wouldn't hurt to try. Also, can you try using healing magic on yourself? Con, she's glowing. I wonder how much HP she has recovered, nearly 200 in one use. Is it possible that INT will change the amount recovered? No, that can't be, but if that's the case, Kinu might become a legendary monster if she evolves in the future. Kinu is freakin' amazing. Kinu, you're amazing. Let's aim for the legendary rank together. Let's become stronger than anyone else, the strongest there is. Kuun, Kinu and I have a set goal together. Well then, let's raid this dungeon. I touched the magic circle while stroking Kinu's head, and my surroundings changed. Kinu was right next to me. She looked a little confused, but she didn't seem uneasy. I had been to this dungeon before. It is quite similar to the Fort Noir labyrinth. The first floor was a passage-type dungeon. Torches were installed on the walls. Before we begin, I'll have to explain a few things to Kinu. Well, you see, this place is called a dungeon, and there are a lot of monsters inside. We will be defeating all the monsters that come our way and eat their meat for food. Will you be okay eating monster meat? Con, okay, let's move on. After walking around, I realized that this place is much more complicated than the Fort Noir labyrinth. There were many twists and turns, and monsters appeared suddenly. Furthermore, there were no marks. Even if the wall was damaged, it was repaired in due course. I used monster bones and such to mark the area, but they were absorbed into the walls as well. If we go along the left wall, there's a good chance we'll reach the stairs, but if the stairs were located at the center of the floor, it would take some time to find it. This dungeon was trickier than I thought. However, the monsters that appeared were goblins and gray wolves. Both Kinu and I can defeat them in one hit, so there has been no problem so far. When a gray wolf first appeared, Kinu went out of control and kept attacking it. Must have been a trauma from that time. Come to think of it, there used to be a treasure chest here, but now it's gone. Also, it's a dead end. When I checked my status at this point, my level was 29. Until now, the evolution was Ghoul at level 10 and Kijin at 20. So there is a high possibility that the next evolution will occur at level 30. Kinu, I haven't told you this, but I'm actually a monster too. So it's possible that I will evolve soon. I'll be unable to move for a few minutes during that time, so I'll be counting on you. Kayan, she seems to be saying, leave it to me. I'm glad I made a contract with Kinu. Gives me peace of mind. A few minutes later, after defeating several goblins, my body went numb. A flock of gray wolves charged from the front, but with the current Kinu, there should be no problem. GGH Kinu, my evolution is here. I'll leave the rest to you. Con, I slowly closed my eyes and relaxed my body. Then the information started flowing into my mind. Please select your attributes. Since the conditions are met, 2 attributes can be selected. Water attribute, tree attribute, dark attribute, lightning attribute. Attribute selection instead of evolution? I didn't expect this. How much time do I have? I want to think about this carefully. Did it say 2 attributes? Damn, I'll just go with intuition. Lightning and darkness. Confirmed. Next, select an evolution path. Special evolution is possible because the conditions are met. Human, special evolution. Mirror demon doppelganger. Reiki lightning demon, special evolution. There is too much information. I can't think calmly, rather human. Like human, a normal human? For the time being, doppelganger is excluded. It's strong and troublesome as a monster, but from what I've read in the Monster Encyclopedia, its ability is difficult to use. Yeah, let's think about it one by one like this. Then there's Reiki, which, like the Kijin, is not listed in the Monster Encyclopedia. This is so tough. No, wait. Isn't that what I'm aiming for? What I promised to Kinu? My mind is clear now. The answer was obvious from the beginning. I choose Reiki. I opened my eyes and answered. Kinu came into my field of view. Immediately after, the surrounding area was filled with flashes of light. Chapter 12. Reiki and Skyfox. The light finally subsided. After defeating the gray wolves, Kinu rushed over worriedly. Phew, I'm okay. This time the pain was less than I expected. I feel like my field of view has gotten a little higher. Has my appearance changed as well, Kinu? Have I changed? Q1, horns? Oh, it's longer now. Well, I no longer have any attachments to my human self, so I don't really care about my appearance anymore. All right, let's check the status. Status. Name Damakion. Race Reiki. Condition. Level 30. Attribute Lightning Darkness. HP 1700. MP 780. SDR 68. VIT 20. Dex 10. INT 78. AGI 95. LUK 35. Title Labyrinth Ruler. Skill. Iron Stomach. Pain Tolerance. Martial Arts Level 2. Gluttony. Appraisal. Strong Arm, Nimble to Thunderclap. SDR and AGI increase by 100% for 5 minutes. MP Consumption 50. Lightning Ball. Lightning Attribute Offensive Magic. Simultaneous Activation Limit 3. MP Consumption 15x number of activation. Electrification. Add 30% of INT value to SDR and AGI. Add lightning attribute to attacks. MP consumption 30. Air step. Using high agility and strength, you can jump one more step in midair. Holy moly, let's calmly organize the information. Knowing what you can do is the most important thing. My stats of SDR, strength, INT intelligence, and AGI agility have increased explosively. The change in status seems to be related to my body getting a little bigger. No, it's more than that. My skills are also outrageous. First, the air step skill is an excellent skill that allows you to change posture in midair and jump once more. Even humans rarely have this skill, but those that do have this skill have high physical abilities. Next is the lightning ball. Seeing this made me so happy. I can finally use magic. Let's use it later. The last one is a status-enhancing skill, commonly known as a buff skill. Strong arm and agility are integrated into the skill Thunderclap. SDR and AGI are improved by 100% for 5 minutes. This alone is already dangerous. If I activate Thunderclap and simply flick a goblin's forehead, the head will surely explode. Electrification adds 30% of the INT value to SDR and AGI and adds lightning attribute to my attacks. Using this as a standalone skill, Thunderclap honestly feels like a better skill. However, the combination of these two skills makes it way too strong. In other words, if I use them in the correct order, it can lead to something unbelievable. If I use electrification first and then Thunderclap, it's going to be an epic number. So, after doing the calculations, my strength will jump from 68 to 182, and my agility will jump from 95 to 236. My strength is approximately 2.7x the basic value, and agility is approximately 2.5x. Aren't I too strong? No, it's the other way around. This is still not enough. What we're aiming for is not the strongest among humans. It is to be the strongest among all creatures. The world is vast. Legendary dragons and divine beasts that appear in myths may be somewhere in this world. I don't want to have any regrets when I meet them. I have to become stronger. Moreover, Grandpa might still be stronger than I am now. Kinu, I have already confirmed my status. Thanks. I'm gonna try out various things when we reach a large enough area. For now, let's get to the second floor. After about 2 hours of being lost, we found the stairs heading up to the second floor. Climbing up the stairs, I found myself in a spacious 10m square room, the Sudden Room. About 20 E-rank monsters such as goblins, gray wolves, goblin fighters, and goblin lancers were there. From my current point of view, they're just small fries. This is not even enough to warm up. Kinu, don't hold back and go on a rampage. I'll help you out if you're in trouble. Q1, Kinu started running towards the wall. She seemed to have an idea in mind. When she reached the edge of the enemy group, she fired an energy wave at the monsters. About half the enemies were immobilized with just 4 shots. Wide area magic. She attracted the monsters to one corner and annihilated them all at once. Now only about half in number, the goblins surrounded Kinu while keeping their distance, but they attacked individually without coordinating their attacks. Kinu carefully defeated them one by one with energy balls, claws, and fangs, while cornering the opponents to the wall. Finally, she defeated the last 3 goblin lancers with an energy wave. Even with this number, they were not a threat. Moreover, you eliminated them with extreme efficiency. Kinu cried proudly, but her body began to tremble. No way, you're already evolving? It's okay, I'll protect you this time. Don't worry. Kinu gently closed her eyes in relief as I gently stroked her back. While wondering what was her next evolution, I gently stroked Kinu's back until the evolution was over. Kinu's transformation was over quickly. Her body grew larger in size, large enough to carry me on her back, and as expected, her tails increased to 4. Kinu opened her eyes and leaned forward with joy. So cute. Kinu, let me check your status. I checked the status while stroking Kinu's head. What's changed is her race is now Sky Fox, and her main stats, VIT, Dex, and INT, have increased. In addition, a new skill has been added, Wisdom. The effect is increase INT by 50%. Kinu's aptitude for magic seems to have increased even further. Kinu, you have acquired a skill called Wisdom. From the next battle onwards, please use this skill before you attack with magic. And also please confirm your own status so that you can decide how best to use your skills. Do you know how to check your status? Kinu will probably be able to grasp her own power and use it well rather than listening to what I say. Though I will check it from time to time and get the chance to pet her head. This is necessary for my mental healing and vitality. Q1, Kinu nodded and looked at the back of the room. There was a staircase leading to the 3rd floor. I understand your desire to test your growth. I want to test it too. Gimme the boss already? I climbed up the stairs leading to the 3rd floor while suppressing my excitement. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 13. Mid-boss of the Green Plains Dungeon. As we went up to the 3rd floor, the surroundings suddenly widened. We should be in a dungeon, but there were grasslands and rocky areas in front of us. As I looked up, I saw clouds floating in the sky. But the sun was nowhere to be found. I found it strange that there was no light source even though it was bright. It seemed to indicate that we were inside a dungeon. Finding the stairs to the next floor might be a little difficult. Well, I can let loose easily in a field this wide. I guess I'll test out my skills in the next fight. Oh, there are black wolves watching us from behind the rocks. Kinu, let me handle this one. All right, let's get to it. Black wolves are D-rank monsters, so I can easily sense them. As I walked toward the rocky area, 3 black wolves appeared from behind the rocks. Lightning ball. 3 fist-sized glowing yellow spheres of lightning appeared and floated near me. As I targeted the enemies and imagined the lightning balls shooting at them, the lightning balls were shot at high speed. I hit each wolf with 1 lightning ball, but that wasn't enough to defeat them. The magic was weak in terms of power, but it seemed to paralyze the enemies. Perhaps it's a magic that causes a status ailment effect, which means it's a pretty useful skill. Honestly, my physical attacks have enough firepower to take down enemies. With a skill that can slow down the opponent's movement, my strengths will be bolstered even further. Only, I can see my current shortcomings. I don't have a wide area attack. I'd like to have such a skill, so that I can be prepared if multiple enemies of the same rank appear. As I was thinking about that, the Black Wolf's movement was restored. Time to finish this. When I activated Thunderclap, I felt like my surroundings became even slower than when Nimble was activated. As a test run, I moved with all my might and punched the Black Wolves one by one, crushing their heads. When I turned around and looked at Kinu, she had a dumbfounded look on her face. Honestly, I just wanted to show Kinu how cool I am. As I walked back to Kinu, she was swinging her 4 tails while her gleaming eyes were fixed on me. Your partner is strong, isn't he? Q1, at this rate, I guess I'll postpone the electrification thunderclap combo till the boss level. After that, I spent several hours walking around the plains while raising Kinu's level. Even against D-rank monsters, Kinu had no problem at all. Perhaps because it's a dungeon, there was no sign of nightfall at all. After becoming a monster, I haven't needed much sleep, but I wonder if Kinu will be okay. Kinu, aren't you tired? If you're sleepy, why don't we take a break? Q1, she shook her head sideways, so she must be okay. Kinu's MP has also recovered naturally. It shouldn't be a problem as long as we don't battle continuously. All right, let's conquer this dungeon. As we were talking, a building came into view in the distance. Looking closely, I saw a large door that looked like a boss room. However, in front of it were 6 C-rank monsters, 3 trolls and 3 greater wolves. The trolls have the ability to regenerate their bodies, so half-baked attacks will lose to the trolls' regeneration speed and make the situation worse. I'll leave the greater wolves to you. Q1, Kinu and I split left and right to bait the monsters. I used provocation to bait the trolls. Hey you big asses, I can beat 3 of you at the same time. If you can hold out for a minute, then I'll tug my tails between my legs and leave this dungeon. The trolls roared and attacked me simultaneously. Does that mean they understood me? While wondering about that, I activated electrification and took out the red ogre's iron club from my magic bag. I hit the first one with all my might. The troll's right shoulder popped off, but he was still trying to attack with the cutlass in his left hand, and he seemed to have pain resistance. However, the wound doesn't seem to be regenerating much. Its regeneration doesn't seem to be that high. If you don't regenerate it quickly, you won't last for a minute. The red ogre's iron club in my right hand didn't feel heavy at all. Rather, it felt strangely comfortable. Aiming at the troll's weapon, I raised the iron club overhead and pulverized the weapon with a single blow, and then threw a roundhouse kick into the troll's face. The first one died when I struck my left fist into his side. I dodged the second troll's attack and hit the back of its head with my iron club. The head was blown off and the troll did not recover. For the third troll, I put the iron club back in my magic bag and punched the troll about 4 times until it stopped moving. 12 seconds for all 3 trolls. I thought they would hold out for longer. Then I looked at Kinu. She was holding off 2 greater wolves with energy waves, while concentrating on one and finishing it off with a barrage of energy balls. No mercy. When the remaining 2 attacked at the same time, she ignored the damage and focused down on one with a body blow. Even while being bitten on the back by another greater wolf, Kinu fired energy balls at the wolf which she was targeting. She managed her HP delicately while sandwiching healing between her attacks. After killing the second one, Kinu waited for a gap in the third wolf's attack and kicked with her hind legs to gain some distance, and then fired a barrage of energy balls to finish the battle. Once it was over, she won a 1-on-3 overwhelming victory. It was a fighting style that only Kinu could perform. When she was bitten in the back, I was startled and tried to help. Thinking about the future, however, I decided that I should not be overprotective. But my fingernails were digging into my palms, and blood was dripping onto the ground as I tried to endure it. Kyun. As Kinu raised a loud victory cry, I felt glad I endured it. For the time being, I treated the wound on my palm with a potion so that it wouldn't be found out. Kinu, you did great. That was a great way to fight. Kun. Well then, the next fight seems to be the boss battle. Let's rest a bit and recover MP before we go. A treasure chest appeared when I looked at the door. It was a normal type chest with no color. Suspecting that it might be a trap, I asked Kinu to move away from it. When I opened the chest, there was no trap activated, and I found something akin to an ornament inside. I decided to appraise it with appraisal. Earring of concealment, you can hide your status from the appraisal skill. High-ranking appraisals cannot be prevented. Oh, this is a great find. The sense of security when entering towns with this item is much higher. It's a pretty rare accessory. Kinu, can I use this? Kinu nodded. Thanks for letting me use it. We took a break in front of the door for about an hour with the earring of concealment on my left ear. No new monsters appeared, and Kinu's MP had recovered to about 80%, so we fired up ourselves and opened the door to the boss room. Chapter 14, Black Lightning. The door to the boss room opened, and we stepped inside. The room was as large as the boss room in Fort Noir Labyrinth. 2 giants were waiting in there. A cowhead brown demon wielding a huge hammer with both hands, Kazuki, and a horsehead bluish-black demon wielding a huge single-edged sword, Mizuki. Both were B-rank upper demons. 2 upper B-ranked creatures at the same time is troublesome. Guess I'll have to focus down one at a time. As I took a step forward, Cowoni and Horsoni slowly readied their weapons and started to move. Kinu, support me from the side. Let's kill one of them first. Q1, I took out the red ogre's iron club while thinking which one should be defeated first. We'll kill the Horsoni first. Use your magic to keep the Cowoni in check. In response to my order, Kinu immediately fired an energy ball at the Cowoni. At the same time, I dashed toward the Horsoni while trying to slow down the movement of the Cowoni with a lightning ball. I aimed the first shot at its left side to wait and see how the magic would affect it, but Cowoni dodged the attack. The enemies moved faster than I expected. As soon as I took a step back to gain some distance, the Horsoni immediately started swinging its sword at me. Although I was fast enough to dodge the sword, I aimed to destroy the weapon and struck the giant single-edged sword with my red ogre's iron club. I hit the sword with the intention of blowing it to pieces, but our power was evenly matched. Something made me feel uneasy. Even from a glance, the Horsoni was far superior to the red ogre, which should be of the same rank. Don't tell me these guys are named monsters. Crash, suddenly I heard a crash from behind. I immediately returned the iron club into my magic bag, kicked the Horsoni in the stomach, and turned around to find Kinu lying near the wall. I rushed over to her side and checked her status. She had 210 HP remaining, and her condition was fainted. I quickly took out a potion from my magic bag and sprinkled it on Kinu, but the fainted status effect hadn't healed. My stomach turned as the worst-case scenario crossed my mind, but looking at her status, she seemed to be fine. I stood up and walked towards the 2 enemies. I'm pissed off. I was pissed off at the guy who put Kinu in this state, but most of all, I was furious at myself for misjudging the enemy's strength and for the wait-and-see. Electrification, thunderclap. As I whispered, black lightning surged around me. I felt like something broke inside me. Don't think you'll die easily, you damn livestock. I sprinted at full speed towards the Cowoni. The Cowoni seemed to have completely lost sight of me, as it didn't notice me when I sunk my right fist into its face. The gigantic body was sent flying, but I circled around faster than that and kicked the back of the Cowoni to send it flying higher, followed by 3 shots of lightning balls. Then, I jumped up even higher into the air than the Cowoni, taking out Red Ogre's iron club from my magic bag and smashing it into the Cowoni's abdomen with blunt force. The Cowoni was hit with enough force to create a small crater when it crashed into the ground. It vomited a pool of blood before dying. Immediately after knocking the Cowoni down, I activated air step and instantly moved from the air to right beside the Horsoni. At the same time as I landed, I swung the iron club with both hands at the monster's chest. The Horsoni was blown away, slamming into the wall. It was limpless, but I didn't care. I dashed at full speed to build up momentum and jumped to land a knee kick right in its face. The monster's head was crushed between the wall and my knee. Blood spurted out of its eyes, ears, and nose. The Horsoni collapsed, not moving again. After defeating the 2 bosses, I turned around and saw Kinu standing up and slowly walking towards me. "Kinu, are you okay?" I rushed over to her, as she was happily wagging her tail. I was glad that she was all right. When I checked Kinu's status, her HP had recovered to 510. Perhaps she used the healing skill. And then, I noticed that her level was 30. "Kinu, you evolved." "Khan." She let out a cry in response, slowly closed her eyes, and relaxed her body. Kinu's body then glowed. "Kinu, don't tell me that you endured the pain of evolution until it was safe just so I wouldn't worry in the middle of battle." As soon as I understood Kinu's kindness, the kindness which put me before herself, I felt unworthy but also warm and tingly inside. I held back my tears while gently stroking Kinu. "No, hold it in, so that when Kinu opens her eyes, she wouldn't have to worry." When the light subsided, Kinu's beautiful golden fur became even more lustrous, and her tail increased to 5. Kinu opened her eyes. I think I was smiling. I was trying my best to make a proper smile, after all. Kinu stood up, gently brought her face closer to mine, and wiped the tears from my cheeks. Chapter 15. Absorbing the second dungeon core. Thanks, Kinu, I'm fine now. As I calmed down, I suddenly felt embarrassed. I have to change the subject somehow, though I feel like Kinu has already seen through me. Oh, a treasure chest appeared at just the right time. Kinu, it's a red treasure chest. Huh, what's with that? I'll play along with him kinder expression. I'm seriously gonna open it, you know? She's making a go-ahead face. Somehow it feels like our roles have been reversed. Well, whatever. Let's open this. I opened the treasure chest. There was a beautiful cloth inside. I appraised the item. Kimono set of King Akira, Defense 20. A set of Japanese clothing said to have been used by a powerful demon. Men's equipment. Such an incredible item. Red rarity? It's okay if I use this right. Kinu is a girl after all. Kinu is a girl, right? Kinu, it's a very rare piece of equipment, but it seems to be for men. Can I take it? Khan, yes, I casually confirmed that Kinu is a girl. Let's equip it right away. Putting it on, it felt smooth to the touch, and it was surprisingly easy to move around in without any restrictions. Grandpa is the only one I've seen wearing clothes like this. I felt shy and happy at the same time as I reached one step closer to becoming like the man I admired. In addition, it has a defense of 20. Until now, the defensive sum of my entire equipment was 8, so I must have been greatly strengthened. I will use the equipment I'm wearing right now when I don't want to stand out. Besides, it was given to me by ours, so I'll keep it safe. Now then, all that's left is to find the entrance to the core room. Kinu, what are you, You've already found it. Wow, were you walking around the room while I was changing? Pushing in the protrusion on the wall revealed a staircase leading down to the floor below. We went down the stairs and entered the core room. The room had an unusually high ceiling, surrounded by stone walls on all sides. A beautifully arranged lawn spread out on the floor, and a large tree towered in the center of it. Even though there was no wind, the leaves swayed quietly. Kinu was also surprised by the sight. At the base of the large tree, there was a hole big enough for a person to enter. I caught glances of the altar inside. I slowly walked towards the altar and entered the large tree. A rainbow-colored sphere was floating above the altar. Since it was my second time, I picked up the dungeon core without any hesitation. Thank you for the meal. Gulp, Kinu was startled seeing me eat the dungeon core. The absorption of the dungeon core has been confirmed. Hereafter, the dungeon master of the Plainavelt Labyrinth will be the individual Daumekion. Intelligence will be increased to the required level. All right, I was able to absorb it safely. Generation of clone core and synchronization with acquired dungeons begins. I wonder what will appear this time. A ball of light appeared out of my stomach. Its shape gradually changed and the light subsided. A wolf zombie stuffed animal, Kaio Jaya, I've been eat. Hey, you're the dungeon core, aren't you? Wasn't I supposed to have been eat? I see what's going on. You are the master, aren't you? You can call me On. This is Kinu. What's your name? I am Ihers. On, Kinu, nice to make your acquaintance. Ihers, nice to meet you too. One more thing, I am also the dungeon master of another dungeon, in addition to this one. It's called Fort Noir Dungeon. Oh, it seems so. I can feel the connection. Then, should I just explain the ability which was added? Yeah, that would be helpful. Kinu, you should go get some rest. Kun, no, just in case. You took a lot of damage, and we were fighting repeatedly without rest. Heal yourself and take a little rest. After listening to Ihers' explanation, let's take it easy for a few days. Kinu nodded and walked towards the lawn. Then let's get into the explanation. There are 2 things that have been added. The first is transfer between labyrinths. It is possible to transfer between dungeons controlled by On. This is also possible for your subordinates. That's a useful feature. Continue. The second one is labyrinth synchronization. You can transfer acquired monsters and facilities between the dungeons you control. Dungeon points are also shared. That's the short version of it. So it's basically interlabyrinth transfer and labyrinth synchronization. By the way, do you have a lot of dungeon points saved up? That's right. Actually, the dungeon points are related to the flow of magic essence around this dungeon and the absorption of the energy that flows out when living things die. Hey, are you listening to my explanation? It sounds like a pretty difficult topic. Can we talk about that another time? I just wanted to know if there were enough dungeon points. Also, I'll leave this dungeon to you for now. So, consult with Rs, the core of Fort Noir, and decide on the things to be done. I have a small idea on what I want to do with the dungeons, but that is something for the future. So for now, I'd like to save up as much dungeon points as possible. I understand. Should I create a place for you and Kinu to rest? I'll go back to the Fort Noir after this, so that would not be necessary. I'll drop by again some other time. We can communicate via telepathy, so if something happens, call me. Yeah, thanks. See ya. After hearing the general explanation from Ihers, I headed outside the large tree to look for Kinu. Chapter 16. Transformation and Peace of Mind. After listening to the explanation from Ihers, I went outside to look for Kinu. I couldn't see her anywhere. Is she behind the tree? As I walked behind the large tree, someone suddenly jumped out from behind the tree and hugged me. Huh, who? I am Kinu. Huh, Kinu is a fox though, eh? Kinu. I'm Kinu. Wait, calm down. As usual, the first thing to do is sort out the situation. At first glance, she looked to be a girl of about 12 years old. She had beautiful blonde hair, triangular animal ears, gentle-looking eyes, a small body with slender limbs, and pure white skin. White skin? She's not wearing clothes. Wait a minute, Kinu. I activated Thunderclap and rushed to Ihers as fast as possible. Ignoring the startled Ihers, I passed my first order. This is the Dungeon Master's order. Prepare clothes for a beautiful young girl with the dungeon points right now. What happened? Clothes for a girl? That's right, anything is fine. Hurry up right now. I was greatly confused, but this was probably the best and most accurate judgment. It is a perfectly calm decision, if I do say so myself. I want to match with On. Turning around, I saw the beautiful girl peeking out from behind the tree. Ihers, make it match with mine. Don't be stingy with the dungeon points. You just said to save up. Ihers. All right, I got it. Ihers made a red treasure box appear and took out a piece of clothing from inside. Appraisal, rarity, red, yukata dress, shine, defense 15, an article longed for by girls of Wano Kingdom. Early work of a certain craftsman. Great work, Ihers. This is great craftsmanship. After Kinu finished dressing up, she approached me. Oh my, an angel. Thank you, On Ihers. Why yeah. No problem. To be honest, I'm still surprised even now. I don't know if the beautiful girl in front of me is really Kinu or why she's in human form. Ah, right, I can check her status. Kinu, let me check your status again. She nodded and grabbed my little finger. What is this angel doing, trying to kill me with cuteness? Status. Name Kinu. Race Heavenly Fox. Condition Fatigue, small. Level 30. Attribute Firelight. HP 30, 530, 500. MP 930, 1000. SDR 10. VIT 40. Dex 20. INT 100. AGI 34. LUK 13. Title Labyrinth Subordinate. Skill. Healing. Wisdom. Energy Ball to Fire Arrow Change. Fire Attribute Attack Magic. MP Consumption 20. Energy Wave to Firewall Change. Fire Attribute Area Attack Magic. MP Consumption 40. Firestorm. Fire Attribute Wide Area Attack Magic. MP Consumption 70. Foxfire. Deploys 4 flame balls around self. Automatic Defense Function. MP Consumption 40. Humanization. Ability to transform one's body into a human form. MP Consumption 30 ON off. Equipment. Yukata Dress Shine. Floral Clogs. There were various amazing new effects, but most importantly, this beautiful girl was definitely Kinu. And the reason why she turned into a humanoid was probably the skill effect of humanization. This skill was only added after Kinu evolved. Her race is Heavenly Fox, and she has acquired 2 attributes. As a result, her skills have changed, with the addition of Fire Attribute Single Target High Power Magic, ranged attacks, and automatic defense skills. In addition to that, while specializing in INT, Intelligence, VIT, Vitality has also increased, making it possible to fight against multiple opponents while being more durable. In addition, she can also heal herself with healing. In a nutshell, Kinu is a magic beast capable of mass slaughter as long as it had MP. However, there was something strange. The way Kinu's level rose was unusually fast. There is no doubt that the monsters she had been dealing with were of the same rank or higher, and she was hunting multiple opponents with area magic. But even so, It's too fast. Considering the number of times she has evolved, in terms of monster rank, she has caught up with me. Considering the timing of this evolution, is it possible that the acquired experience points are shared between the two of us? As for my level has risen to 38. Perhaps the titles Lord of the Labyrinth and Subordinate of the Labyrinth may also have an effect. Well, I don't know the details of it right now. In conclusion, Kinu is cute and strong. Okay, I have confirmed it. Kinu has become really strong. But I'll become stronger. Yeep, before that, let's go back to the Fort Noir dungeon and rest for a while. We have fought too many times in a row, and Kinu has evolved 3 times in a short period of time. We should definitely let our bodies get some rest for a while. After that, the two of us teleported to the core room of Fort Noir. Transferring between labyrinths was successful. Oh, welcome back. I'm home. This girl is Kinu. She's a fox magic beast. But she transformed into a humanoid form with her humanization skill. I am Kinu. Nice to meet you, Ars. What an adorable girl, I'm Ars. Nice to meet you too, Kinu. I'll explain everything after I wake up. We're going to rest for today. Ars, can you make Kinu a room too? I'd like the same room with you. Then, can you just make another bed? No, I'll sleep with On. That's a bit. I'm scared to sleep. I'm afraid I'll be alone again, please. But shouldn't it be fine? Reassuring Kinu is also a master's duty, Ars said. I see, well then, let's sleep together. Thank you, On. Something must have happened before Kinu met me. I won't ask for the details, I know the pain of being alone. When the two of us got into bed, Kinu hugged me, but she was shaking a little. As I stroked her head to make her feel at ease, she stopped shivering and I heard her breathing softly. She must be tired, I thought. Seeing Kinu sleeping peacefully gave me a small sense of happiness for the first time in a while, and I gradually drifted off to sleep. Chapter 17. Kinu's First. Kinu's Perspective. I was born in a snow field. There were other fox monsters of the same race around me. However, I alone had 2 characteristics that were different from everyone else. One was the color of my fur. Others' fur were white like snow, but I was the only one with a faint golden tint. The second difference was that I had 2 tails. I was not born this way. I was just like everyone else until yesterday. But when I woke up this morning, I looked different from the others. After my appearance changed, I began to be attacked by my friends whom I had cooperated with until now. I heard everyone saying, "You're not one of us." But why? We were hunting together just until yesterday. What happened? I am of the same race as everyone else. I wanted that to be true, but the others don't seem to think of me as their friend. At this rate, my friends will kill me. I am weak. I cannot fight alone. I want to live with everyone else like we always did. Escaping was the only option I had at that time. I don't want to hurt my friends. For 2 days, I kept running while various questions ran through my mind. Is it really that important that we look the same? Does that mean I am alone in this world? I want companions. I want friends. I want a family. Before I knew it, I had reached the plains, and I was surrounded by a pack of wolf monsters. These wolves are lucky. They all have the same appearance. Am I going to be killed and eaten by them? There's no other way. I have no friends and I am weak. Besides, I'm a little tired. But I refuse. I do not want to die. I don't want to die in a place like this. I refuse to die. You want to eat me? Then I'll fight until the end. Yo, do you need help? Who is this? My instincts are saying, this person is not an enemy. Is he helping me? The wolves started attacking that person. However, it was over within a second. Honestly, I don't know what happened, but all the wolves in front of me were dead. This person is very strong, but he's not scary. He has not shown any hostility towards me. How rare, you have 2 tails. All right, I have a recovery potion in the magic bag. The wounds inflicted by the wolves and my former fox companions healed when he poured some kind of liquid on me. It was a little cold, but refreshing. Seems like you're the only fox around here. Would you like to come with me? Come join me. Join him? Will we become companions, a family? Yes, I want to be your friend. When I was thinking that, I felt a sense of connection forming between us. It was a very warm, reassuring feeling, a feeling that I almost gave up on and never thought I would find again. I was overjoyed. He became friends with me even if I'm of a different race and have a different appearance. He also gave me a name. Kinu, such a beautiful name. Everyone hated my fur color, but he told me that it was beautiful. After that, we hunted a lot together. I even evolved a few times. I have gotten a lot stronger. He talked to me a lot, but I haven't been able to do anything for On yet. I got defeated in just one hit just now. I couldn't help him with anything. I want to help On, the man who worries and sheds tears for me. I want to be with On. While I was thinking about such things under a big tree, I found a skill called humanization. Perhaps this skill can. Let's try it out. Wow, I'm a little smaller, but I think it is the same race as On. Is it really the same? Nevertheless, now I can always be with On. I can talk and learn more about On. I can stay with On forever. I wonder if he will be surprised. What will he say? What should I say to him? I don't know. On is out, I feel shy, but I can't run from this. And then just hug him. On, I am Kinu. Kinu is a fox though, Kinu. And then I'm Kinu. Did I convey my feelings? Why is he running away? It's me, Kinu. Clothes, I want to match with On. I'm so glad that he believed me. After that, I asked him to sleep with me. If I wake up tomorrow morning and I look different, I know On won't leave me behind. When I felt On's warmth from his body, I naturally felt reassured. Today, there were many things I experienced for the first time in my life that made me the happiest. Even if we look different, even if we're from different races, I learned for the first time that we can still be friends. If I am with On, will there be many more first time? Can I become On's number one? No, I don't mind even if I am not On's number one. On will always be my number one. That will not change. From now on, I think that many more people will regard On as their number one. I want to share this connection. I want to realize our dream. I want to spend more time. For that, I have to keep my promise to On, to become strong enough to become a legend. I believe I can do it together with On. Chapter 18. First Labyrinth Remodeling Conference 1. Kinu was clinging to my arm when I woke up. As I pet her head, Kinu slowly opened her eyes. Good morning, On. Good morning. Sorry, did I wake you? No, I woke up a while ago. I realized that it was not a dream. I see, I'm glad to hear that. I have something to discuss with Rs and Ihers. Do you want to come along, Kinu? NN. Then the two of us walked to the core room. Good morning to the both of you. Did you sleep well? Oh, good morning. Hey, there's something I want to talk to you and Ihers about. I want to gather everyone here. Can Ihers come here too? Yes, clone cores can teleport too. I just called him. He should be here soon. I see, thank you. On, Kinu, what are we discussing about? Ihers arrived in the core room. I want to talk about the future. For now, please listen to me first. All right, Rs said. Everyone nodded in response. I told them about everything that had happened so far and my plans for the future. To tell you the truth, I was originally a human. I was a solo adventurer. Before I became an adventurer, I was raised by my grandfather. He taught me various things, such as how to fight, the type of monsters, etc. Shortly after becoming an adventurer, I was betrayed by my friends. Since then, I have been adventuring alone. I don't know how or why I became a monster, but I was deceived by an adventurer's party and turned into a zombie after being killed. Thereupon, I ended up in this dungeon after defeating other monsters to survive. I see now. So after that you absorbed Arsdono, met Kinu, and then absorbed me as well, correct? Broadly speaking, yes. And after meeting the three of you, I finally understood that I'm not alone. I no longer feel the loneliness that I always felt when I was human. That's why I wanted you all to gather here today and tell you my future plans. That's right, both I and Rs are one and the same with On, so to speak. We will never betray or deceive you. Yeah, thank you. So from now on, Kinu and I must become stronger. In order to protect this happiness, I have decided to become the strongest of all living beings. This is my and Kinu's goal and promise. One other thing is that I want to achieve my dream. On's dream, the Human Adventurers Guild, has a system that allows you to create a community called a clan. My dream is to gather trustworthy people and create the strongest clan. I want to gather people who will do their best for their friends, people who will give their all for their friends. That is the kind of clan I want to create. On's dream is Kinu's dream, Kinu said. That sounds interesting, Rs said. I am super excited to hear this, even though I'm a core, so what should we do? Ihers asked. About that, I will be diving into the functions of the dungeons. so I'd like to explain while asking some questions for clarification. To start with, I would like for this Fort Noir labyrinth to function as a clan house, a safe base, so to speak. In that respect, I thought that this dungeon was likely to be the place with the highest safety. This is where I have a question. Is it possible, for example, to make this dungeon into a function that prevents intrusion from the outside? Well, it is certainly within the realm of possibility, but there are various hurdles, Ars said. Does this hurdle overlap with what Ihers was trying to explain yesterday? That's right. Since we're talking about it, is it okay if I explain the role of a dungeon and its detailed functions? Ihers asked. Yeah, please go ahead. First of all, dungeons exist everywhere in this world. The reason is that a dungeon is responsible for the circulation of magic essence. In the first place, this world, which can also be called a star, this star maintains its life activities by circulating the energy of magic essence. All flora and fauna, such as humans, monsters, and plants, use this magic essence as energy, to no little extent, to operate. When these flora and fauna perform activities or die, the magic essence flows out. Dungeons are places that exist to absorb this flowing magic essence and release it into the star. I can't believe that dungeons had such a function. Thereupon, dungeon points will be generated when this absorbed magic essence is released into the star. The purpose of using these dungeon points to enlarge the dungeon and to create items is to allow magic essence to flow efficiently on this star. The magic essence that flows out when one is fighting or dies emits dozens of times more magic essence than when one is not doing anything. In addition, the amount of magic essence absorbed is greater inside the dungeon. Humans desire rare items and strong equipment, right? That's why dungeons use those items as bait to induce them to fight inside the dungeon. In that case, I was the first to enter Fort Noir, right? Regarding that, it has something to do with the Forest of Eternal Darkness, which is under the jurisdiction of the Fort Noir Labyrinth. This land was originally full of undead. No humans come in. That's why I didn't have enough magic essence to absorb, and I didn't accumulate many dungeon points. If you don't have points, it will be difficult to summon strong monsters and create items. Furthermore, the entrance was generated at the basin of a waterfall. No one could find it at all, and I was stuck in this vicious cycle. So that's how it was. So, what does that have to do with the hurdle? It is linked to the fact that magic essence must be circulated in no small amount. If the entrance is closed, it will be difficult to absorb the magic essence, so it's basically not possible. However, there is a method to make it possible. Oh, what kind of method is that? The method itself is not that difficult. You simply use dungeon points for the Fort Noir labyrinth. Magic essence is used even when the dungeon points are used, so if the points can be used regularly in the Fort Noir dungeon, it is possible to close the entrance. But it's impossible if you can't earn points. Is that so? No, wait a minute. From this moment, the course of our labyrinth remodeling plan came together. Chapter 19, First Labyrinth Remodeling Conference 2. Regarding that, don't we already have an easy way to clear that hurdle? A rather convenient way, I'd say. What do you mean by convenient? Ars asked. I mean, I'm the master of 2 dungeons, right? Since the dungeon points can be shared, shouldn't we just earn them efficiently in Plainevelt and then use it to expand Fort Noir's facilities? That surely sounds possible, Ihers said. Until now, there have been only a handful of masters who have absorbed 2 dungeons. Moreover, I don't know any masters who use the dungeons like that. Ars. NN, great idea on Kinu. So now the question is how to efficiently earn dungeon points with Plainevelt, right? I said. That's right. Do you have any? Asked. I think I'll use Dungeon City Wislow as a reference. However, we can't mimic that right away. Wislow, isn't that the neighboring country? That's right. That dungeon has over 50 floors and is a super difficulty dungeon that's famous among adventurers, as no one has reached the highest floor yet. However, there are rumors that extremely rare items can be found on the 30th floor and beyond, so many adventurer parties are raiding the dungeon day and night. And so, a town will be built where a lot of people gather, right? This means that the dungeon's magic essence absorption efficiency will increase, and it will be possible to expand the dungeon and summon stronger monsters. After listening about the function of dungeons just now, I realized that that dungeon has had a very virtuous cycle. 2. If that's true, you can earn as many points as you want. As such, Plainevelt will earn points by doing the opposite of Whistlow to start with. Opposite. That's right. In other words, we create the city first. By using the dungeon function. With the dungeon function. In other words, we open up and expose the first floor to the planes and use the dungeon points to build buildings. At first, just an inn or a tool shop is fine. And then we create a magic circle that teleports to the second floor in the center, and give the adventurers the illusion that they are entering the dungeon first floor by going through the magic circle. Sounds quite dangerous, but not impossible. I don't think there was ever a master who thought of such a thing, but it's certainly a good idea. It wouldn't be a problem even if a clone core such as myself were to be destroyed by someone else. And if we just make the entrance to the core room a little more cleverly hidden, even that problem can be solved. Right, but there are 2 problems. The first reason why we can't put this plan into action right away is because the humans don't have any reason or personnel to build a village or a town near Plainevelt. The second reason is that we can't enter the city. Our priority is to be able to enter the city. If we can enter the city, we can intentionally spread information. Moreover, in order to launch our clan in the future, it is essential for us to become adventurers. Do you have any ideas for this? You were originally an adventurer, weren't you ours? Well, actually, my current appearance is way different from when I was a human. It is possible that my death is already known by the Adventurers Guild. I'm not sure about that, though. That's why I need to re-register as an adventurer. Just that, there are horns growing from my forehead, right? That's why it's possible that I won't be seen as a human. What's wrong? Come to think of it, I remember that my grandpa once told me that there was a race called the Kijin race in Wano Kingdom. I see, I had a feeling that I had heard that name somewhere during my evolution. I heard from my grandpa when I was a kid. If that's the case, let's pretend that I lived in hiding somewhere in the forest. When I registered as an adventurer, my name was registered as On Daumeki. But if I write On in kanji, it wouldn't be a false application, and no one other than people from the Wano Kingdom would be able to read it. Kinu can transform into a human form, so there shouldn't be any problem with registering her as a beast folk. I've heard of the Kijin race. They possess incredible superhuman strength and are insanely strong, but they are few in number and don't appear on the public stage. Ours. With that much information, I think I'll be able to think of something. For now, let's go to Ricuria and register as an adventurer. Kinu, is that okay with you? NN okay. For the time being, ihers, please keep earning points as before. If anything happens, please contact me by telepathy. For now, we'll just try to enter the city without any problems. After this, Kinu and I traveled to Plainevelt via Interlabyrinth transfer, and from there, we decided to walk towards Ricuria. Chapter 20. Stampede. When we exited the Plainevelt labyrinth, we found ourselves in a rocky area of green plains. Oh, Planevelt's entrance and exit are pretty close to each other. Kinu, in order to let you get used to fighting in human form, we'll head to Ricuria while hunting. NN got it. I think I can fight without problems. Originally, the monsters in Green Plains were about E rank. With Kinu's current status, they shouldn't pose a problem. Even so, she needs to get accustomed to it a little. Well, judging from the results, it was pretty much a one-sided slaughter. A single fire arrow from Kinu turns goblins into ashes. The potency of her magic has increased by an order of magnitude since she evolved. As we slowly advanced towards the town, I found a horse galloping at a tremendous speed. The rider was the beastfolk peddler Barbaru. He didn't have his cart with him. I wonder what happened. Hey, Barbaru, what's wrong? I approached him while calling out as loudly as possible. Barbaru noticed us and changed course towards us. Onsan, who is that person? It's Kinu. When we met last time, there was a fox magic beast with me, wasn't there? She transformed into a human with the humanization skill. It would be more accurate to say that she transformed into a beast folk, I suppose. This is the first time I've seen such a cute beast folk. I envy you, Onsan, please help me. Come to think of it, you seem to be in quite a hurry. What happened? Actually, there is a dungeon near Nyahar village, and it's about to cause a stampede. The reason why the number of strong monsters has increased recently seems to be related to the monsters that came out of the dungeon. At this rate, The people in my hometown, my family, will all die. Hold on, calm down for a minute. I'll try to do something about it, so please guide me to Nyahar village. Both Kinu and I run faster than a horse, so please explain the situation while moving. Understood, Onsan Kinu-san. Thank you very much. I received more information about the situation while running side by side with Barbaru's horse. To start with, did you say stampede? That means a large number of monsters are coming out of the dungeon, right? What's going on at the dungeon right now? When I left the village to seek help, the beast folk warriors in the village said they would try to buy some time near the entrance of the dungeon. But they probably wouldn't last long. They will retreat depending on the situation. While the warriors were defending the entrance, the village chief was working towards gathering the villagers, preparing to evacuate. However, there isn't anything more that they can do. I even heard some people say that they can't abandon the village, so I don't think the evacuation is going smoothly. The situation sounds bad. What should we do? Evacuate to Plaineveld. If it's in Plaineveld dungeon, I can assure their safety. If there are beast folk who can fight even after evacuating, they should be able to defeat the goblins and one-horned rabbits in the surroundings without any problems. In addition, work personnels are also needed for my future dungeon village plans. It would be a great advantage for us if they would move there. Well, I wouldn't force the beast folk to migrate if they don't want to. Nice idea, Kino. Plaineveld, where is that? I've never heard of it. Barbaru, I trust you and will tell you our secret. Can you promise not to tell anyone else? Secret, of course. I will never tell anyone the secret of my benefactor, who is willing to risk his life for us beast folk. I swear this on my pride as a beast folk and a merchant. I'm relieved to hear that. To tell you the truth, I am a dungeon master, a person who manages a certain dungeon. And the dungeon I manage is in Green Plains. The dungeon's name is Plaineveld. Dungeon Master. Onsan, you're such an amazing person. If it's that place, I promise you'll be able to evacuate safely. The problem is that we have to prevent the monster stampede while the evacuation is underway. I'll think about that for a while, so let's keep heading towards the village. Once I've got my thoughts together, I'll share my strategy. Will that be okay? Understood. Originally, we couldn't do anything on our own, so I'll follow Onsan's instructions. As soon as I heard those words, I contacted and instructed Ars and Ihers via telepathy. Ars, Ihers, can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Yes. On the way to Rakuria, I met an acquaintance, a beastman peddler. He says a dungeon near his hometown is about to start a stampede. Tell me more about stampede. Then, allow me to explain. A stampede is a phenomenon that happens once every few decades. It happens when the magic essence supply around the dungeon becomes extremely low. If the supply is extremely low, the star will try to make up for it by summoning a large number of monsters into the dungeon at once. This action cannot be stopped by the dungeon core. If you want to stop this phenomenon even just a little bit, you need to defeat a large number of the overflowing magic beasts and temporarily increase the amount of magic essence absorbed by the dungeon. Actually, Fort Noir was almost about to start a stampede before On arrived. So that's what a stampede is. Does that mean that the stampede will stop if you defeat a large number of the monsters that appear? It's just a temporary measure. When a stampede happens, the dungeon will go out of control, so unfortunately the monsters will not stop spawning until the core is destroyed. The monsters will come out in waves, the first wave, second wave, and third wave, and increase with each wave. Once you've completely wiped out a wave, you'll have a few days of time until the next wave comes. That means that if we eradicate the first wave, we'll be able to buy time to evacuate. Understood. I've made a strategy based on that, so please follow my instructions. First, Ars, you will be in contact with me and support Ihers at the same time. Ihers, I want you to quickly carry out the work to create the buildings on the first floor that I was talking about earlier. For the time being, please set up about 10 houses. You don't have to expose the first floor to the Green Plains yet. I will give out the instructions later on. Roger. Understood. Okay, the strategy and plan is ready. Let's share it with Kinu and Barbaru next. Chapter 21, King of the Roaring Lightning. The strategy for the operation is set. Kinu, you will have to take on a rather dangerous role. Are you okay with that? NN. It's on strategy, I have no problem. Besides, On is probably in the most dangerous role. I'll do my best to help. On-san Kinu-san, thank you very much. Please save that for after we succeed. First, it seems that once the stampede is activated, it won't stop until the core is destroyed. That's why we have no choice but to leave behind the properties in Nayahar village. The villager's life is the top priority. We will have to convince the residents of this. Barbaru, can you do it? Yes, I'll do my best to convince them. Okay. Second, the stampede seems to come in the form of waves. If the monsters that appear in the first wave are exterminated, we should have a few days to spare before the second wave. We will evacuate the residents of Nayahar village to the vicinity of Plainevelt during this time. About 10 buildings will be built at the evacuation site. There's a possibility that it would not be enough, but we'll do something about it after evacuating. Understood. This is an emergency situation after all. Just having a way to save all the lives in my village is already an unbelievable thing. Next, it's the strategy to exterminate monsters. Kinu and I will be fighting the monsters. The warriors who are fighting at the entrance right now will have to guard the residents after the evacuation, so we can't let them die. And of course, if extermination seems impossible, we will also consider retreating. In which case, the evacuation has to be hastened. So please persuade them as quickly as possible, Barbaru. Understood, I'll definitely do it. Kinu, you will be exterminating monsters by my side. NN, we will become the strongest. Our dream will not end. That's right, let's go wild. By the time I finished telling them about the strategy, Nayahar village came into view. The monsters hadn't arrived yet. It was probably because the warriors were still holding out. After parting ways with Barbaru in the village, Kinu and I headed towards a nearby large cloud of dust with all our might. There were 8 beastfolk warriors who were desperately holding out while retreating. Kinu, for now let's push the front line forward. Use your area magic to scatter the monsters. Leave it to me, firewall. The monsters on the front line were burned by a wall of flames. The beastfolk warriors turned around in surprise. My name is On, we will take care of these monsters. You guys should return to Nayahar village and help the residents evacuate. Who are you? What are you talking about? A bear beastfolk, who seemed to be the leader, asked. But there was no time for that. Please go back and listen to Barbaru's explanation. Besides, it's hard to use area magic when there are allies nearby. Ensuring the safety of the residents is your top priority, right? We'll be counting on you for the evacuation. You two are acquaintances of Barbaru, I see, and you are right. We have to protect the residents. We'll leave this place to you. Then the beastfolk warriors started running towards Nayahar village. I somehow managed to convince them. Even during that time, Kinu was on the front lines using firewall to exterminate monsters. Now then, shall I let loose too? Kinu, use your magic as much as you want. Don't worry about it hitting me, and please defeat the monsters that slip past me. NN and I definitely won't hit on. Leave it to me. As soon as Kinu affirmed, I activated Thunderclap and pushed the front line forward while defeating monsters. After that, we fought for about 15 minutes. Although more than 100 enemies have been exterminated, the number doesn't seem to be decreasing. Most of the monsters were D-rank monsters such as big lizards, great boars, black wolves, harpies, and some C-rank monsters such as ogres and greater wolves. The monster rank seemed to increase as we pushed forward. Their number hasn't decreased at all. Kinu, how is your MP? It's decreasing, but I still have about half. I see I'm a evolution at a time like this. I suddenly felt a shock as if I had been struck by lightning. I guess if you annihilate this many monsters, your level will rise even if your opponent is of a lower rank. On, are you okay? Yeah, don't worry. I didn't take any damage. It seems to be evolution. It's okay, leave it to me. Kinu looked at me and smiled gently. Thank you. Kinu stood in front of me and kept the front line in a stalemate. It should be fine to leave things to Kinu. I closed my eyes and relaxed my body. An evolution path cannot be selected as it is a special evolution. Starting evolution. Rakshasa. Rakshasa is a man-eating demon in Hinduism and Buddhism. Information flowed into my head. It seems like I can't make a choice this time, but it's rather convenient since we're in the middle of a battle. Gradually, my body began to glow. I hardly felt the pain of evolution. After a few seconds, the evolution was complete and the light faded. I checked my status as quickly as possible. After I finished checking, I gave instructions to Kinu. Kinu, I'm going to go on a rampage with my full strength from this point on. I plan to use my new skills, but you will likely get involved as well. Move to the rear at full speed and take as many defensive measures as possible. If you decide that you can't defend it, immediately leave and return to the labyrinth. Okay, are you going to be okay on? I am feeling great. Rather, please worry about the enemy. I'll be going now. NN, take care. Kinu once again destroyed a wide range of enemies with Firestorm and withdrew to the rear. She's simply the perfect partner. She immediately understands my thoughts and does what I want her to do, even going beyond my expectations. Now then, it's my turn from here on. I have no grudge against the monsters, but unfortunately, I've decided not to go easy or hold back. Don't worry, I'll erase you all before you feel any pain. I looked at the swarm of monsters. A group of C-rank monsters was approaching in front of me. B-rank monsters can also be seen here and there in the back. The total number of enemies is around 500. I wonder if the first wave is reaching its climax. Thunder Drum, Thunderclap. When I activated Thunder Drum, a drum made of 9 lightning rings appeared on my back. And when I activated Thunderclap, black lightning surged out around me. At maximum speed, I went straight towards the center of the monster swarm, mowing down the enemies. Before long, I reached the spot that was probably the center of the swarm. Lightning Ball. 9 balls of electricity formed around me. I consolidated them with both hands into one large ball of mana and fixed it on the ground. The roaring lightning from the mass of mana annihilated the monsters with a mere touch. I then jumped high into the sky and stopped in midair with air dance. Now then, the preparations are complete. This is my maximum firepower. I'll destroy every single one of you together with the terrain around here. Concentrating most of my mana in my right hand. A crackling sound of electrical discharge resounded in the surroundings. My right hand was filled with a black electric aura. Roaring Lightning King. Kicking the air with air dance, I slammed into the ground at high speed. With my aura-filled right fist, I pierced the huge mana lightning ball fixed to the ground, smashing the ground. Right after that, along with a deafening sound of thunder, a huge flash of lightning ran toward the ground from the sky. A violent torrent of light and lightning storm assailed the whole area. When the light subsided, the monsters that filled the area until a few seconds ago disappeared, leaving me alone and the vast crater on the ground. Status: Name Dalmakion. Race Rakshasa. Status: Mana Natural Recovery Impossible State. Remaining 1200 seconds. Level 43. Attribute Thunder Darkness. HP 3450-3450. MP 11070. STR 99. VIT 37. Dex 19. INT 107. AGI 111. LUK 35. Title Labyrinth Ruler II. Skill: Iron Stomach. Pain Tolerance. Martial Arts Level 3. Damage and impact from unarmed melee is strengthened, improved correction. Gluttony. Appraisal. Thunderclap. Lightning Ball to Lightning Ball change. Lightning Attribute Attack Magic, Status Ailment plus Power Increase. Maximum number of deployments 9, MP consumption 30x number of deployments. Electrification to Thunder Drum, change. Add 40% of the INT value to SDR and AGI to add lightning attributes to attacks. Lightning damage dealt doubles, MP consumption 60. Air step to air dance change. 3-step jump, mid-air suspension possible. Roaring Lightning King, extreme lightning attribute attack technique. The remaining number of MP becomes 1, and MP natural recovery is impossible for a while. Equipment: Red Ogre's Iron Club. Earrings of Concealment. Kimono set of King Akura. Black Combat Boots. Chapter 22, Demi-Human Evacuation. Phew, was that too much of an overkill? There wasn't even a monster corpse left in the surroundings. Is Kinu okay? I can feel the connection, so she seems safe. Did she return to the dungeon? Kinu, are you okay? NN. Yes, I'm okay because I went outside the effective range. It was amazing. I may have overdone it a little. The ground was gouged out for now. Let's go back to Nayahar Village. I am near Nayahar Village right now. Waiting for you. Got it. Heading there straight away. I joined Kinu and entered Nayahar Village. Barbaru and a sheep beast folk approached us. Onsan, that was mind-blowing. Are you all right? Yeah, I'm okay. All the monsters have been annihilated. More importantly, what about the evacuation? Annihilated? It must have been Onsan's magic. Everyone in the village agreed to evacuate. The decisive factor was your magic. Is that so? Then please leave immediately. We only have a few days. Also, who is this person? The sheep beastman beside Barbaru bowed. Onsama, I am the mayor of this village. My name is Murmel. Thank you for saving the beast folk. If you want to say thank you, please say it to Barbaru. I only helped out because Barbaru was desperately seeking help. Don't be shy, Kinu said. Leaving that aside, let's talk about the future. Yes. After that, we went to the square where the beast folk were gathered, and under Barbaru and Murmel's direction, we moved towards Plainevelt. According to Barbaru, several villagers refused to leave the village, but after witnessing the great lightning magic skill, they decided to evacuate. In hindsight, using that skill wasn't an overkill, it seems. I did create a huge crater, though. And when they found out that it was my magic, the beast folk began to worship us as the messenger of the thunder god. Of course, I tried to clear it up, but I couldn't get them to stop calling us Onsama Kinusama. There were a total of 50 beast folk, including the young and the elderly, but there were none who were unable to move. When we started evacuating, their movement speed was faster than I thought. Beast folk seemed to have high physical abilities. The elderly and children were placed on carts. The warriors escorted them smoothly. I also talked with the village chief, and it seems that they have decided to create a new beast folk village in Plainevelt hereafter. I hears, are the houses ready? It's ready. Shall I expose the first floor to the plains? Yes, we'll be arriving in about an hour, so please do it soon. Understood. It seems that Ihers is ready to accept them. Now I have to decide on what to do. We were able to stop the stampede temporarily, but the issue has not been resolved. I have a rough plan, but I have to talk to Barbaru before that. Barbaru, can I have a minute? What is it, Onsan? I have something to talk to you about. Let's move away from the group a little. It's something I don't want others to hear. Understood. Then let's walk at the front, as if scouting for enemies. Barbaru and I moved a little further to the front of the group. I had Kinu control the speed at the head of the group. So what did you want to talk about? Actually, I was wondering if you would like to join us, Barbaru. You know our secret, and most of all, we like you. We would like your cooperation in our plans. You want me to join you. Are you sure? I can't fight, you know. What I want from you is not combat strength. There are many roles that only you can perform, Barbaru. What do you think? Of course. I owe Onsan and Kinu-san a debt of gratitude that I can never repay. Moreover, I like both of you too, so if you'd like me to join you, I'd be more than happy to do so. I'm glad to hear that. Also, can we make a subordinate contract? There are many things that can be done with the contract. It's not something that binds you. Understood. That's one of your secrets too, right, Onsan? I'll do anything if I can join you. When Barbaru and I shook hands, I felt that I had made a connection with Barbar. Okay, it's done. Wow, I have a strange feeling. With this, you are now one of our companions. Once again, nice to meet you. Thank you very much. We arrived at Plainevelt as I finished explaining to Barbaru about the functions of the dungeon, ours and Ihers, telepathy, teleportation, and our goals. After we arrived, the beast folk unloaded their baggage and decided on their houses until nightfall. Good thing we built 10 houses. The number of people seems to be just right. Since there were no fences or walls, we have to do something about the fact that the warriors have to take turns keeping watch day and night. Murmel asked me to decide on the name of the second beastfolk village, so I left it as Plainevelt. For the time being, it should be fine to leave the village to the beastfolk for a while. In this way, I gained 1 new companion and 50 immigrants. However, there are still things that need to be done. The stampede must be resolved. Chapter 23, Ingenuity. I had ours, Ihers, Kinu, and Barbaru gather in the Plainevelt core room to share information. Barbaru introduced himself to ours and Ihers while being surprised by the sight of the cores and the surroundings. Well then, let's get started. I want to share information and strategies. If you have any questions, please save it till the end. To start with, I'm thinking of having the adventurers resolve the stampede. There are 2 reasons for this. First, We must make it easier for the humans to understand why the beast folk abandoned Nyahar village and decided to build a new village. If we solve the stampede, the humans might misunderstand the reason behind the destruction of the village. The second reason is to keep us from standing out too much. Sooner or later, the fact that a stampede occurred will be known to humans. If they found out that we were the ones who solved it, it could cause unnecessary problems. Our plan is to register as adventurers and start up a clan while recruiting more companions. I want to eliminate anything that could be an obstacle to this plan. Any questions so far? Barbaru raised his hand. Are you sure about this? Will you really be able to stop the stampede alone, Ansan? Also, the adventurers will find out about the core room and the core. Is that okay? While this may be an extreme logic, I think Kinu and I might be able to stop the stampede alone. However, it comes with a certain amount of danger, and there will most likely be an oversight. If I want to capture the dungeon, then I can't even use my great magic. Unlike normal dungeon captures, the entire dungeon might be overflowing with monsters to the brim. We have to assume the worst-case scenario. Next, let's talk about the core room. This is just my prediction, but the ones who will reach the core room will be the fairly high-ranking adventurers. And I think that this information will be kept secret from the lower-rank adventurers. The reason is that dungeons have become a profitable resource to countries around the world. Just like how rare items come out of dungeons, people tend to gravitate towards dungeons. Which means money will also come naturally. This can be seen by looking at Wislow Dungeon City. Countries will usually try not to destroy such places, unless it causes a stampede like this current one. So that's how it is. Then what will be our next course of action? Barbaru, you will head to Ricuria and report to the Adventurers Guild that a stampede is likely to occur. In addition to the fact that the beast folk have already abandoned the village and are evacuating. Also, if possible, please let them know that you predict that the stampede will head towards the commercial city Merelda. Merelda is the commercial center of this country. If they think that this stampede will pose a huge risk to the country, the guild and the country's upper management will act quickly. Understood, I will head there soon. What about you, Ansan? Kinu and I will go ahead and try to hold back the stampede. It's also a chance for us to show the adventurers that we're allies. We will return to the dungeon when the time is right. Understood, then I'll head to Ricuria right away. Take care, everyone. Yeah. If something happens, please contact me via telepathy. After I gave out the instructions, Barbaru immediately teleported out of the dungeon and headed towards Ricuria. Section. 2 days later, Kinu and I were at the halfway point between Nyahar village and Merelda. After that, Barbaru informed that the report had been submitted to the Adventurers Guild and that a subjugation force had been organized. The report was also passed on to Merelda, and adventurers have been gathered in the form of an emergency quest from the country. As expected, 1 S-rank party and 2 A-rank parties were included among them, making it a subjugation force with a total of 100 people. The adventurers from Ricuria and Merelda are expected to reach our location in about 10 minutes. My goal is to make the adventurers notice our presence by using this stampede, and also to evolve Kinu to her next stage. Kinu's level has also increased significantly from the monster subjugation the other day, and she will reach level 40 in 2 more levels. When the evolution starts, I plan to return to the dungeon at a suitable time. Now then, the monsters are here. In order to not stand out too much, let's just maintain the front line instead of going all out. NN, can I start now? Yeah, let's get started. We started the battle ahead of the adventurers. That way, it makes it obvious that we're an ally. After fighting the monsters for about 10 minutes, adventurers rushed in from behind. Are you guys adventurers? I'm Scold from the Silver Sand Wind Party. I'll help you guys out. Thank you. We were suddenly attacked by a group of monsters while traveling. Please help us out. I came up with a believable lie and handed over the lead to Silver Sand Wind. After that, many more adventurers arrived and gradually pushed the front line forward. With this, the adventurers will be able to reach the dungeon as long as a formidable monster doesn't appear. After we fought around the battlefield for about 20 minutes, Kinu contacted me via telepathy. It looks like evolution is about to begin. I will return to the labyrinth. Okay, With this many people around, no one should notice you teleporting. I will return too. Let's meet at Fort Noir. Kinu had already returned to the labyrinth by the time I teleported there. She had returned to her fox form and her body was glowing. The evolution had begun. Kinu's body steadily grew larger and the light subsided. You've grown quite a bit this time. Are you okay, Kinu? Q1, with a cry, she transformed back to her humanoid form. Her fox form size easily exceeded my height even when she was sitting. She was about 4 meters tall. In her human form, she was still the same cute girl. She is cute in both forms, truly an angel. And her status is... Status. Name Kinu. Race Sage Fox. Condition. Level 40. Attribute Firelight. HP 30 540 200. MP 930 1180. SDR 20. VIT 52. Dex 20. INT 118. AGI 44. LUK 13. Title Subordinate. Skill. Healing. Wisdom to Sagacity, change. INT increases by 120% for 5 minutes. MP consumption 60. Fire Arrow to Flame Lance, change. Fire Attribute Attack Magic, MP consumption 40. Firewall. Firestorm. Flame Burst. Able to explode the flames produced by the user. Foxfire. Humanization. Cure, recover from some status ailments. MP consumption 60. Danger Detection. Sense danger to oneself and allies in advance. Wow. It's not as brutal as mine, but a well-balanced stat that increases the potency of magic and is able to recover from abnormal statuses. Kinu's presence and absence would greatly affect the stability of our future party. We will leave the rest to the adventurers and work on Plainevelt Labyrinth's maintenance while waiting for Barbaru's information. Afterwards, while gathering information from Barbaru, I worked on the maintenance and expansion of Plainevelt from the 2nd floor onwards. Approximately 3 days later, Barbaru reported that the stampede had been stopped and the dungeon core had been destroyed by the S-rank party, Silver Sand Wind. Chapter 24. Second Labyrinth Remodeling Conference. I had Barbaru collecting information and shopping in Recuria and decided to call him back to Fort Noir 3 days after the end of the stampede. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Especially Barbaru, who has been working for the past few days. I've also created a room for you in Fort Noir, so please take a good rest after this meeting. Thank you very much. But I was able to sleep well at night, and it's fun to move towards a common goal with everyone, so I'm fine. I see, but don't push yourself too much, okay? All right then, please share with us the information you obtained in the city. Got it. First of all, as I'm sure you all know, the stampede was stopped by a party of S-rank and A-rank adventurers. And the dungeon core was kept secret, just as Onsan predicted. The only people who know about the dungeon core are the members of the 2 parties that defeated the boss, the guild master, and the country's upper management. So I was right. That will be more convenient for us. Next, it seems that there will be a special reward for the party that defeated the boss, and for the person who provided the information quickly, me. They asked me what I wanted, so I asked for a large-capacity magic bag. As a merchant, I decided that it was necessary for my future plans. Is that all right? That's amazing. I was thinking of giving him money to buy one, but it looks like he saved me the trouble in addition to obtaining a higher rarity one. As expected of you, not only is that not a problem, I was just about to tell you to buy one. I am glad to hear that. Lastly, the guild issued notice that from now on, adventurers will receive quests to call the monster numbers regularly in any dungeon that has been found, so that a stampede like this does not occur again. They don't know much about the dungeon system, but their method to deal with it is the right one. And also, Onsan and Kinu-san became a hot topic among adventurers. News that strong travelers helped out with the subjugation has been spreading. This also went as planned. From now on, it is unlikely that we will be eliminated once we enter the town. In the worst case, we can mention the Silver Sand Wind name to avoid any unnecessary incident. I see. Everything's going so well according to plan that it's almost scary. Thank you for gathering information. Most of the questions I had have been answered. Thank you. I will continue to collect information from now on too. All right, I'll go next. First, regarding the dungeon. A large amount of dungeon points came into Plaineveld, probably because the stampede this time extended to the Green Plains. We have expanded the dungeon with this increased number of points and are currently able to create up to 8 floors. The Red Ogre is on the 7th floor, and the Cow Oni and Horse Oni are the bosses on the 8th floor. The difficulty has been adjusted to a level that even beginners can explore. Second, the new Beastfolk village. It has stabilized over the past few days. The warriors can hunt nearby monsters without any problems, and the food stockpile seems to be fine. Also, I've asked the Beastfolk to build a store and an inn. We expect to create the entrance to the dungeon in about half a month. Yeep, it's going well. So, what is our next course of action? Ours, close the entrance to the Fort Noir Labyrinth and start creating a clan base. I would like you to expand the Plaineveld Labyrinth while considering the rate at which the dungeon points are accumulated. Ultimately, I'm aiming for a dungeon with over 50 floors. Roger, understood. Barbaru, there is a lot I want you to do. First, I want you to open a store and an inn in Plaineveld. Considering that the number of adventurers will increase and that the dungeon will be conquered in the future, it should be possible to make a large profit. I have the money I saved up when I was an adventurer, so I should be able to cover the initial investment. At the same time, I would like you to become the representative of the Beastfolk and of this village. This was also a request from the village chief. Mermel, can I leave it to you? Wow, that sounds like a lot of work, but I'll do my best, though it seems like things would be more convenient this way. However, I would like to have a few Beastfolk assist me. Is that okay? Of course, I won't tell them about Onsan's secrets. I'll leave that to you then. Choose the most excellent personnel for the job. Thank you, I'll start right away. Why don't you rest for a while? Lastly, it's regarding Kinu and I after this. We will head to Ricuria and register as adventurers. And our first goal will be B rank. If you reach B rank, you will be able to start a clan. NN, are we leaving now, Kinu? Yeep, let's go. Thus ended the information sharing, and Kinu and I decided to head to the city of Ricuria. Chapter 25. Adventurer Registration. The next day, Kinu and I entered Ricuria. Nothing I was worried about happened, except that the gatekeepers urged us to go to the Adventurers Guild. I was a man with horns and a kimono, while Kinu was a girl with animal ears. There was no other duo like us on the road, so we stood out like crazy. When we entered the Adventurers Guild, the adventurers and guild staff inside all turned their attention to us. I thought things were going to turn troublesome, but several people started thanking us, saying, "You saved us during the stampede." When I tried to register as an adventurer, I was sent to the guild master's room. Everything was proceeding so smoothly that it was almost scary. And now, a scary old man in his 50s, with a large scar running from his forehead to his right eye, was in front of us. I suppose he looks like a guild master, indeed. Oh, so you guys are the rumored travelers. I'm Spars, the guild master of the city. Nice to meet you. Ah yes, nice to meet you too. My name is On and this is Kinu. We came to register as adventurers, but everyone's reaction was different from what I expected, so I'm a little confused. Ha ha ha, I heard you were rampaging around during the stampede. And also that you're quite strong. The adventurers you saved at that time started singing praises about you guys that it became a rumor. And so, before you register as an adventurer, I want you to show me your strength at least once. Originally, adventurers have to start from F rank, but depending on their strength, adventurers can start from a higher rank. What do you think about that? This is unexpected. Getting to skip a rank is rare. I should take this chance. In that case, we agree. What exactly should we do? Let's see. How about a match with a B rank adventurer right away? Of course, killing and unnecessarily hurting the opponent will not be allowed. Oh, and you don't have to be so polite with me. I am a former adventurer. Speak normally. I understand. Kinu is mainly specialized in magic, so I don't think you want her shooting at other adventurers. Oh, can she really produce that much firepower? Well then, I'll prepare a magic target in the guild's underground training center, so let's have her shoot at that target. We can roughly gauge the firepower by looking at the magic. That's great. Shall we get on with it? Yeah. There should be several B-rank adventurers in the lobby today, so I'll head there after talking to them. You two please go ahead. Spars then left the room, while we were guided by the staff to the underground training center. I used the training center when I was a human, but since it was my first time coming as a Kijin, I feigned ignorance. Kinnu, in order to suppress your firepower, please shoot your magic without using sagacity. NN. Understood. Because if she uses a buff skill, she might destroy the target together with the entire wall behind it. That would be too much of an overkill. I also plan to fight without using buff skills and without weapons. A few minutes later, the guild master arrived with 10 adventurers. The adventurers heard that it was a trial of strength for the rumored rookie, and so a considerable number of people had gathered. Some of them must have come to see us lose to the veterans and see the frustration on our faces. At the behest of the guild master, we decided to show Kinnu's magic first. Flame Lance. Blast. The wall was slightly scorched after the magic hit the target. What a powerful force! That dummy target was enhanced with magic. All the onlookers were wide-eyed and shocked. On is stronger than me. They were even more surprised by Kinnu's words, and everyone turned their gaze at me. It's my turn next. Who's my opponent? It was supposed to be a B-rank adventurer called Iron Wall Glazer, but no, let's change. I will prepare a target made of ogre-class mineral to test physical strength, so attack it instead, Spars said. Does that mean it's no problem even if I destroy it? Gehahaha, that's some confidence. If you think you can do it, just go ahead and destroy it. A few minutes later, a pillar-like target was prepared. Well, I guess I'll hit it without using buff skills as planned. Here I go. Boom! The ogre-class pillar was smashed through the middle. The adventurers were even more astonished than the time with Kinnu. Iron Wall Glazer was teary-eyed. Is this enough? Why yeah, that's enough. It wouldn't even have been a match if I had let you fight. The attacks just now have shown both of your strengths. To be honest, I didn't expect you two to be this strong. Is that so? I guess that's all right. So what about our ranks? It will be C rank. From F rank, you can only skip to C rank at the most. Well, I'm sure you guys will rank up in no time. That's fine. Does that mean the registration is over now? If you'd like, I can have a match with Glazer-san. And no, that's not necessary. On your way out, you can collect your C-rank adventurer card at the reception. And you will finally join the ranks of adventurers. Also, sorry, but could you come to my room again? Yeah, sure. After that, we followed the guild master back to his room. I'll be blunt, who are you guys? So you were interested in that after all. Kinnu is a fox beast folk, and I am of the Kijin race. We've been living in the forest together for as far as we can remember. The reason why we are at a high level is because we had to defeat monsters in order to survive. Once the both of us learned to fight to some extent, we left the forest and started traveling. Is that so? To think that you are from the Kijin race. Have you heard about my race before? Well, not in detail. I only know that such a race exists. Your superhuman strength makes sense now. Well, they don't seem to be bad guys, so I wasn't too worried about them. So let's continue working from now on too. Yeah, same here. I had come up with a little more detail about our upbringings, but if he's satisfied with this, then that's fine. I suppose I can just answer him if he asks for more details later. After that, we received our C-rank adventure cards at the guild's reception and strolled around the city looking at items and accessories for Kinnu, but along the way, a certain reunion occurred. Chapter 26, Orc Guard Soliloquy, Part 1. Dreaming Maiden Soliloquy 1. I am an orc guard. I don't have a name yet. The other day, I met a certain someone and found my purpose in life. And that purpose is to have that person eat me. I am not good at talking with other people. Whenever I try to speak out what's on my mind, I end up stuttering and can't get my point across. However, I will be very disappointed if I still can't speak well the next time I meet that person. If that happens, I won't get another chance to have that person eat me again. I'm sure of that. That is why I decided to practice talking to someone in my head starting today. This way of speaking, I am sorry, it is still unfamiliar. I think I will gradually get used to it. There is actually a reason why I am speaking this way. We have to go back in time a bit, but I would appreciate it if you could join me tomorrow. Sorry, I mean join me today. From the moment I met that person, there was a big change within me. That change was understanding the languages of other races. As I tried to leave the Fort Noir dungeon, I was attacked by lower-ranking orcs, perhaps because they saw me as a traitor. I killed them all. I have a mission to become stronger and smarter. I have no mercy. When I left the dungeon and fought off several monsters in the forest, My body began to heat up. Before I knew it, I had become a guardian orc. As I was walking through the forest for a while, some humans who were camping were talking about something, so my interest was piqued and I listened in on them from hiding. That's when I learned something unbelievable. The topic was about how to make men naturally want to eat a woman. I felt like I was struck by lightning. The knowledge on how to make the husband enjoy eating his wife was right here. I realized that just being strong and smart isn't enough. I secretly listened to them all night long and learned a lot about the kind of smooth and busty physical appearance and the way of speaking that men like. It is such a wonderful thing to be able to understand the languages of other races. From now on, I will strive to acquire various knowledge and devote myself every day so that that person can relish deliciously in eating me. I am glad that you listened to my story today. I would like to talk about my experience again if I have another chance. Section: Dreaming Maiden's Soliloquy 2. I am a former orc guard. Recently, adventurers started calling me Shinku. Today, I would like to talk about this name and recent events. In search of even greater strength, I left the forest of eternal darkness and wandered around. During that journey, I was attacked by various monsters and humans. I repelled them all. I did not kill humans though. Humans can teach me a lot of things, so I just drove them away. I borrowed a weapon called a halberd that was left behind by the adventurers when they fled. A few days later, I found a small dungeon. After entering it, I encountered various monsters and a rather strong boss, but I managed to defeat them all. I knew a little about dungeons, so I exited using the exit magic circle and re-entered from the entrance, and challenged the dungeon several times. After defeating the boss for the 4th time, my body began to heat up again. I had become an orc queen. After becoming an orc queen, I was taking a leisurely break in the shade of a tree. When an adventurer party passed by, I approached closer from the shadows to see if I could listen in on their conversation. That was when I got caught peeking. At that time, it seemed that my whole body was red with the blood of the monsters and bosses in the dungeon. The adventurers fled after seeing me, but from that time on, various adventurers began to call me Shinku. Note, Shinku means deep crimson in Japanese. I have received a very cute name, but I wonder if that person will like it. I am a little worried. Oh, and that's not all. The adventurers were using something called status, and I learned a lot about myself when I tried to imitate what I saw. My name has also become Shinku. I am so lucky. The adventurers are my teachers, after all. So, among the skills, there was humanization. When I tested it, it seemed that I could transform into a human. I was so excited. With this, I will be able to get the smooth and busty body that those adventurers were talking about. And I was also excited that I could learn a lot of new things by heading to the city. This story has been going for too long, hasn't it? Did you get bored with the self-conceited talk? I look forward to speaking with you again tomorrow. Well then, we shall meet again next time. Take care. Chapter 27, The Orc Guard's Soliloquy, Part 2. Dreaming Maiden's Soliloquy 3. I am Shinku, the Orc Queen. Today, let me tell you about the first time I entered a human city. I went through a lot of trial and error in order to obtain the legendary, smooth and busty. I understand smooth somewhat, but I don't quite understand busty yet. 2 female adventurers appeared before me. When I made up my mind to talk to them, I suddenly realized something important. I wasn't wearing any clothes. I remembered that all the humans so far were wearing clothes or armors like the orc general. So I told the women that I was attacked by monsters and adventurers, and they listened to me teary-eyed. They seemed sympathetic towards me, but I didn't understand why. After that, they treated me very kindly and gave me spare clothes and other items. I realized later that I left my halberd and shield in front of the dungeon. I'll have to go pick it up next time. Then they said that they would take me to a town called Ricuria while sharing various stories along the way. When I asked them about busty, which I have always wondered about, they laughed and said, "That's what you are." I seem to have obtained busty without realizing it. Even so, I'm still worried about whether that person will be willing to eat me. I know instinctively that I only have one chance. I have to work hard every day until the day of my destiny arrives. I have to improve my speaking style further. I have to say what I want to say in a firm, clear, and concise manner. When I entered the town, I was incredibly excited. There were so many things that I have never seen before. Now is the time to learn. The thing I know the most about is the race called adventurers. When I told the female adventurers, "I want to be like you," they said I can immediately become one. According to the explanation of Adventurer Gildo that they took me to, if you defeat monsters, you get a good thing called money. And in this city, you can exchange that money for weapons and food. It was an eye-opening experience for me. After that, I got a magic bag after doing an adventurer tour. My knowledge has increased a lot more. I must return to the dungeon immediately, collect my halberd and shield, and beat more monsters. I am getting a lot more busy, but it's a lot of fun and fulfilling. I did the right thing by leaving the Fort Noir dungeon. I have been talking for a long time again. I wonder if I have gotten better at speaking. I would be happy to have the privilege to share my story again. This is all for now. Good day. Section, Dreaming Maiden Soliloquy 4. My name is Shinku, the Busty. Recently, I have been enjoying doing quests. My adventurer rank has risen to C also. As a result of my special training on the humanization skill before going to bed, I am now able to transform into an elf or a beast folk. Now that I have obtained the legendary Busty, changing my race was no trouble at all. Therefore, I would like to find the last element of the how to make men naturally want to eat a woman. Maid. I have no idea what this is. When I went to the Green Plains and searched for this maid thing, a male adventurer faced a one-horned rabbit and said loudly, "You will make a nice maid souvenir. My name is Smash. I'm the one who will save this world." I unintentionally called out to that person. Then, for some reason, that person ran away with a bright red face. I thought I shouldn't miss this chance, so I chased him to Recuria and asked him what he meant by the previous line. But he started saying, "I'm begging you, please don't tell anyone else about this." Of course, I see now how rare it is to get a maid. I am a woman who keeps her promises. After that, I asked him various questions while he taught me how to become a maid. For that reason, maid uniform was essential. When I went to an armor shop regarding this, the shop owner decided to make a custom uniform for me. I spent all the money I had saved up until now. But if I can get maid with just this, I will be delighted. Now that I have all the elements of how to make men naturally want to eat a woman, all that's left is to pour out my feelings to him. I still feel anxious, but I will continue to devote myself every day until the day of my destiny, and I will definitely be taken as that person's nourishment. Thank you very much for kindly listening to my clumsy story all this while. If my wish comes true, I won't be able to talk to you anymore. Finally, I decided to leave behind what I have learned so far for other female monsters in the world who are lost like me. So I secretly hid a book containing my knowledge at the bookstore in Recuria. I no longer have any more regrets after this. Oh my, this sweet fragrance. Well then, I am off. Please watch my climax on the big stage closely. Chapter 28, The Crimson Maid. After completing our adventurer registration, we purchased some potions and a magic bag for Kinu. As we were walking around to see some of the accessories on sale, a woman suddenly appeared in front of me. Excuse me. She looks like an adventurer, a maid. A red ponytail, maid outfit, a huge shield and a halberd, what a combination. Who are you? As soon as I spoke to her, the maid showed an enraptured expression. Even though she was extremely beautiful, there was something really off-putting about her. I have something to tell you, peace. Peace? Please? How do I say this? She's getting more disgusting than just off-putting. What is it? Just say it quickly. I am a female pig. Please eat me to your satisfaction. This woman is legit scaring the shit out of me. What the hell is she saying? Crap, the people around are staring at me. As I was confused, Kinu slowly approached the maid. Oni-san, An is confused. Moreover, there are a lot of people around, so why don't we go to someplace else where we can talk calmly? Kinu, she is still composed. What a perfect response. Why, yes. As Kinu and I started walking, the large shield maid followed behind us. For now, I'll contact Kinu via telepathy. Hey Kinu, what's the matter with this girl? I don't think she's a bad person. It's just that her feelings are too strong. Let's calm her down and listen to what she has to say, okay? I, too, felt like Kinu was right. Kinu was originally good at sensing other people's hearts, after all. We entered a nearby cafe, ordered some tea, and listen to the maid's story. So explain what you were saying earlier, in a calm manner this time. I have been searching for you, so that you could eat me. Oni-san, please start from the beginning, okay? First, who are you? When I ask the question, the maid's story starts to go in a direction that doesn't make sense, but when Kinu asks her, she seems to regain her composure. I was originally an orc guard. I was the immature orc guard whom you called a pig bastard and didn't even try to eat me. Now I have become an orc queen and have taken on this form through my humanization skill. My name is Shinku. Huh? The orc guard from Fort Noir. Oh, you were a woman, sorry, and just call me on. Kinu, please don't gaze at me like that. As expected, I knew that the pig bastard was no good. Aowansama onsama. Calm down, tell me everything for the time being. We have time. I asked Shinku how she became the orc queen and how she got her name. Even so, why is she worshipping me so much? I don't understand. I see, I understand up until this point. So why do you feel that way about me? I mean, why do you want to be eaten by me? Well, at that time, I was an immature being, so I couldn't be a satisfactory nourishment for the absolutely strong Onsama. I left the dungeon and worked hard every day so that Onsama could eat me. And today, I am proud to say that I have grown enough for you to use me as nourishment. I think Shinku-san probably just wants to feel needed by you. Is that so? I am not so presumptuous as to desire being needed by Onsama. I am satisfied just to be eaten. Yeah, I get it. What shall I do with you? Eating you right now doesn't feel right either. Let's make her a companion. Shinku-san did her best for all alone. I suppose. I recognize that it's not an ordinary amount of effort. I can't believe she has evolved 2 stages on her own and acquired humanization. However, I will teach her from now on, isn't that okay? Well, okay, I'll leave her to you, Kinu. So Shinku, are you okay with that? Is it okay for me to be happy like this? To be able to join Onsama. Shinku-san, let's help on together, okay? Kaikinu-sama, please call me Shinku. From this moment until I die, no, even after I die, I pledge allegiance to Onsama and Kinu-sama. I am still inexperienced, but I thank you so much for your support. Yeah. Welcome aboard, Shinku. It seems that the subordinate contract was completed when I said that. I could feel that there was a connection with Shinku as well. I can feel a connection with Onsama and Kinu-sama. Your heart is warm. After confirming Shinku's status and leaving the cafe, Kinu said she wanted to explain things and return to the labyrinth together with Shinku. Now then, maybe I should go look at the accessories and accept a few quests. I forgot to apply for a party at the guild. Status: name Shinku. Race Orc Queen. Condition: level 42. Attribute Earth Water. HP 7007, 000. MP 400. SDR 56. VIT 98. Dex 18. INT 40. AGI 22. LUK 10. Title Subordinate. Skill: Sturdy. Increases VIT by 50% for 5 minutes. MP consumption 10. Guard Impact. Doubles the impact and damage received by the shield and bounces back to the opponent. Earth Wall. Earth Attribute Defense Magic. MP consumption 40. Earth Bullet. Earth Attribute Attack Magic. MP consumption 20. Water Ball. Water Attribute Attack Magic. MP consumption 20. Humanization. Interracial language understanding. Can understand the languages of other races. Provocation. Concentrate enmity from enemies on yourself. MP consumption 5. Cooking reduces the time required to prepare meals and allows you to make delicious dishes without recipes. Equipment: halberd, orc guard great shield, maid outfit combat, lace-up long boots black. Chapter 29, Omen. Feels like it's been a while since I last took a walk alone. Kinu returned to the dungeon with Shinku, so I was walking alone for the first time in a while. It's been less than a month since I met Kinu, but it has become normal for me to have her next to me. I guess I'll go check out some accessories as planned. There's a reason why I came to check out the accessories. Considering that Kinu and Shinku will be in the city often as adventurers, I really want accessories that can hide their status. Since you cannot find such items on the market very often, it's likely to be expensive. But the purpose of my visit is to see how much it costs and whether it's even sold in the first place. So first, I went into a store specializing in accessories, but there weren't any accessories that could conceal your status from the appraisal skill. Accessories, by nature, are usually expensive, and the items in this store were at least 2 gold coins. In the worst case, I will use the dungeon points to create the items. But if possible, I would like to prioritize the use of the points to remodel the dungeon. I recalled that the armor shop had quite a few accessories, so I went to the armor shop just to give it a try. And to my surprise, for some reason, they were selling the accessories I was looking for. It's here, furthermore, it's cheap. There was 1 ring and 2 necklaces. I don't know why, but even with all 3 together, it still cost only 1 gold coin. Appraising it with my skill showed that it was in very good condition. The item's rarity was green, but that doesn't matter at all. Since the money I had on hand sufficed, I bought all 3 items and left the store. How lucky. Next stop, the Adventurers Guild. I decided to register for a party when the others are around, and searched for quests that could be accepted by a C rank instead. And I found a quest that caught my attention. It was an exploration and investigation quest in Morphia Forest, which is located west of Ricuria. Usually, most of the quests for C rank and above are subjugation quests, but this time it's exploration and investigation. I picked up the quest form and talked to the female staff member at the reception for the details. I'm thinking of accepting this quest. Is it okay to simply investigate and report back? Well, this quest is commissioned by the Adventurers Guild. There have been reports that Morphia's ecosystem has changed recently, and so we are investigating that. I see, please tell me how it changed specifically. Normally, C-rank red tigers and D-rank kobolds inhabit Morphia's forest, but recently, we have received reports from a large number of adventurers that monsters from the Red Valley, further to the west, are roaming around in the forest. Red Valley, do you mean big scorpions and griffins? You know your monsters very well. We have received reports that B-rank monsters from the valley have entered the forest. So this time, we're requesting for an investigation, not subjugation. I understand now. Would it be a problem if I subjugate them, though? Of course, if possible, we would like to request for subjugation, but it is quite difficult for C ranks to subjugate. Ah, could it be that you are Onsan? That's right. Oh, so it is true. There's a rumor going around in the guild that you are extremely strong, but please don't overdo it. No worries, thank you. After that, I handed over the quest form and the guild card. Okay, the order has been completed. Be careful. Since the order was completed, I decided to head to Morphia Forest immediately. Section. After walking for about 3 hours, Morphia Forest came into view. From the outside, it looked like any normal forest. However, when I entered the forest and walked a little, 2 female adventurers came running towards me. They seemed to be running away from something. Are you okay? What happened? Run. Big scorpion. Kaya. Time for some action already? I could hear the sound of trees being knocked down from deep in the forest. You guys escape first. Thunderclap. As I activated the skill, black current surged out around me. A tree in front of me was knocked down, revealing a scorpion about 1.5 m tall. At that moment, I took out the red ogre's iron club from my magic bag and sprinted forward. Just before colliding with the big scorpion, I swung the iron club with both hands toward the side of the big scorpion's head. As expected of a monster that excelled in defensive power, its exoskeleton has caved in, but it can't be defeated with just that. However, the big scorpion, which was sent flying to the side, was turned upside down and struggled to get up on its own. While being careful of the poisonous spines on its tail, I kept slamming the iron club into the mouth of the immobilized big scorpion until it died. That took longer than I thought. You guys are still here. Fee, you defeated a B-rank monster alone. I thought we were going to die. Thank you for saving us. Well, I'm here on a quest, so it's all right. But it seems that the ecosystem in this forest is changing, after all. We're here to investigate too, but we didn't know that things had changed so much. When we met Shinku-chan, things were still normal. That was about a week ago, I think. Shinku. Yes, she is this insanely beautiful girl. Haha, I suppose. For the time being, this forest looks dangerous. You two should go back to Ricuria and report to the guild. I'll investigate a little more and then return. Okay, what's your name? Be careful on your way back. Onsan, thank you, take care. All right, let's go deeper into the forest. After that, I ran around the forest for about an hour, but I didn't see many monsters that were supposed to live there. I defeated 2 griffins, 3 big scorpions, and 3 red grizzlies, and stored them in my magic bag. It seems that the ecosystem really is collapsing. It's been more than 10 years since I became an adventurer, and nothing like this has ever happened. I returned to Ricuria while thinking that something might be happening in the Red Valley. Chapter 30, Black Thunder. I returned to the Adventurers Guild to report on the investigation quest. The female staff whom I spoke to earlier was still at the reception. I'm here to report on the quest. Also, I would like to sell monster parts. Ansan, welcome back. Please start with the report. As you informed earlier, monsters from the Red Valley have indeed entered the Morphia Forest. Just in case, I subjugated all the monsters I encountered in Morphia Forest. There were 9 B-rank monsters in total. Just as I thought, the 2 adventurers who returned earlier said the same thing. Or rather, you defeated 9 B-rank monsters. It was because I fought them one at a time. If you would like proof, I can pull them out right now. Please don't do that here. Let's go to the material dismantling area behind the guild. I will accompany you to confirm it. We headed to the dismantling area in the backyard. Inside, a cat beastman was dismantling a monster body with a huge kitchen knife. Looking at his knife handling, he seemed to be quite strong. The monsters were being dismantled swiftly and deftly. Kitakito-san, I have monsters that I would like you to dismantle. Where should we put it? When the guild staff called out to Kitakito, the cat man stopped his knife and turned around. Put it on the table at the back, meow. The table was quite large, but I couldn't put all the monsters on it. I just put 3 on it. I have 6 more, what should I do? What? You subjugated that many, meow. Moreover, it's all B-rank, meow. Put the rest in the back room, meow. I went to the back room and took out the remaining 6 monsters from the magic bag. The guild staff was astonished. These are all monsters from the Red Valley. It's not a number you can hunt in half a day. Ansan is really strong, after all. You sure crushed those monsters' faces thoroughly, meow. Since all the parts except the head are left intact perfectly, I'll throw in a few additional coins, meow. I'll leave the money with the guild, so you can pick it up there. That helps, thank you. So, is there anything else I should report on? Morphia seems to be more dangerous than we initially thought, so I'll report this to the guild master. Since the quest has been completed, I will give you the quest reward tomorrow, along with the price of the monster materials. Is that all right with you? Yeah, that's fine. I'll come back tomorrow. After that, I left the dismantling area and teleported to Fort Noir from an empty back alley. I saw Kinu and Shinku talking delightedly when I arrived at Fort Noir. I guess women become friends with each other rather quickly. Welcome back, Sama. Welcome back. I'm back, Kinu. Are you done with the explanation? NN. I explained everything. Shinku is a smart girl. She learned quickly. Is that so? I'm looking forward to it. Shinku, you will act as an adventurer together with us starting tomorrow. I understand. I'll do my best. Also, there's something I want to give to the 2 of you. I gave Kinu the ring of concealment and Shinku the necklace of concealment. It's an accessory that can conceal your status. Be sure to wear it when you go to town. NN. Thank you, this is a gift from On, so I will wear it all the time. Thank you very much. I will cherish it. Great, let's complete quests starting tomorrow and quickly reach B rank. Oh, come to think of it, we'll be registering our party tomorrow. What should we name the party? Do you have any good ideas, Kinu? NN, that magic of On. That black lightning bolt was amazing. What do you think of Black Thunder? Oh, that sounds great. We'll go with that. Tomorrow I'll register the 3 of us as a party. Rest up for today, okay. After that, I entered my room. Kinu and Shinku were still talking in the core room. Listening to their happy voices, I think I'm glad I accepted Shinku as a companion. She's a bit strange, but she'll be fine under Kinu's tutelage. I got into bed and slowly closed my eyes, drifting into sleep. When I woke up the next morning, Kinu was sleeping next to me. It looks like she came to bed after I went asleep. I thought she was going to sleep with Shinku. I got up from the bed and headed to the core room. I saw Shinku already moving about in there. Good morning, Sama. Morning, Shinku, did you make breakfast? Yes, Sama remodeled the dungeon and created my room and a kitchen. I don't know if it will suit your taste, but please enjoy it. Wow, that's great. can I leave all our meals to you from now on? It's an honor, please leave it to me. After that, while sharing information with ours and Ihers, Kinu walked into the core room. When Kinu saw the food that had been prepared, she looked at Shinku and smiled. Ah, was it Kinu's suggestion? Barbaru also entered the core room, so everyone gathered together for breakfast. The meal was simply delicious. And I felt very happy that we can all sit together and have a meal. After breakfast, the three of us headed to Recuria. Now then, let's complete quests and become B rank. Section. After that, I stayed at an inn in the city for a week, completed quests, raised my level, and sold materials. As a result, my level increased to 48, while Kinu and Shinku increased to 44. All of us were B-rank adventurers, and Black Thunder was recognized as a B-rank party, so I applied to start a clan. Since a clan is subject to review after an application is submitted, it will take about 10 days before it is officially approved. Since the clan name should be decided as soon as the application is approved, I decided to think about it back at the dungeon. Just as we were taking a breather after accomplishing our goal in Recuria, 4 adventurers came in through the entrance of the Adventurers Guild. Chapter 31, Invasion of S-Rank Monsters. Just as we applied for clan registration at the Adventurers Guild, 4 adventurers fell through the entrance door. All 4 were covered in wounds. One of them was seriously injured. Kinu, please heal them. NN, healing. The wounds on the seriously injured person began to close slowly. I also helped with the healing with recovery potions, but the recovery was slow with potions. The remaining 3 gradually recovered. When one of them managed to speak, the guild master spars came running over. What happened? A black dragon is heading towards this town. Judging from its size, it must be an S-rank monster. What? Where is it now? In Morphia Forest. Judging from the direction, it's moving in, the probability of heading to this city is very high. Damn, why is this happening at this time? For the time being, why don't we carry the seriously injured person to the hospital? When I suggested it, several of the staff carried the seriously injured person out of the guild. I had a bad feeling about Morphia Forest, but even so, a dragon, huh? No, the members of Black Thunder, please come to my room for a moment. All right. As soon as we gathered in the room, spars began to speak. As you all know, the ecosystem of Morphia Forest has started changing since about 2 weeks ago. That's why I dispatched the A-rank party illusionary Spring Breeze for this investigation. That's the 4 from earlier. Currently, there are no S-rank parties in this town. Even when dispatched from the nearest city, Meralda, the dragon will enter Recuria before they reach here. So, I'm sorry to ask you to do something like this, but could you somehow slow down the dragon's progress? In terms of strength, the only people I can make this request to is Black Thunder. Please. Spars bowed deeply. I see. Well, I don't mind accepting it. Is it okay if we count this as a nominated quest? Why you're accepting? Of course, I'll issue this as a nominated quest. I'm really sorry. The matter in question should originally be a nominated quest for S-ranks. I will be sure to compensate you with a solid reward. We can talk about the reward later. For now, please tell us more about the details and a strategy. First, as you heard earlier, a dragon is on its way to this city. According to illusionary Spring Breeze, it's an S-rank monster. I have requested help from Meralda's Adventurers Guild using a communication magic tool. I think the S-rank party will arrive here in half a day at the earliest, or within a day at the latest. We don't know why the dragon is heading to this city, but the evacuation of the citizens will be the top priority. I don't mind if you just buy time until the evacuation is complete. Just slow it down somehow. Understood. I mean, it's all right even if we subjugate it, right? Of course, I wish that could be done, but it's too dangerous. I can't ask you to go that far. All right, we'll leave right away. Kinu, Shinku, you two okay with that? NN. No problem. I go where Ansama and Kinusama go. You don't need my approval. Right, let's go. I am really sorry. Please buy us enough time. After saying that, Spars bowed his head deeply again. Hey, at times like this, you gotta send us off with more enthusiasm, right, Guild Master? Huh, yeah, off you go, fellers. Leave the city to me. Leave the rest to us. As soon as we left the city, we saw a huge dragon flying towards us from the direction of the forest. The speed was much faster than I expected. I mean, it can already be seen from the city. I hope this doesn't cause any panic. I'll go ahead first and knock it down. Please catch up as soon as possible. Thunderclap. I activated the skill and ran ahead. When I got close enough to the dragon, I jumped up without killing the momentum, took out the iron club from my magic bag, and slammed it on its face. The dragon was slammed to the ground by the attack, but immediately stood up and looked at me. It's pretty big when you see it up close. It could swallow even an ogre whole. Spreading its wings makes it look even bigger. Gyaru. With a tremendous roar, the dragon jumped into the air and attacked with a horizontal sweep of its tail. I dodged it by jumping into the air with air dance. The attack speed itself is at a level that can be handled, but the power behind the attack is quite dangerous. Are you okay? Yeah, we are fast enough to avoid its attacks. But it will be troublesome if it flies into the sky, so aim for its wings with magic, Kinu. Shinku, provoke the dragon so that it doesn't target Kinu. NN understood. Okay. After Kinu and Shinku arrived, I concentrated my attacks on its wings too. We've been doing quests together for the past week, but we've basically only dealt with monsters that can be subjugated alone. So it's the first time the three of us have to cooperate as a party to subjugate a monster. However, we were fairly well balanced and were able to communicate with each other. Shinku tanked the attacks targeted towards Kinu, and when Shinku took damage, Kinu healed her. If things go on like this, we'll be able to subjugate it in a stable manner. And when the attacks on the wings finally went through and the dragon fell from the sky, Kinu talked to me via telepathy. Chapter 32. Dragon Capture Operation. A telepathy came in from Kinu when the dragon fell from the sky. Shinku, something is strange about this dragon. Strange how? It seems to be in a lot of pain, as if it's not moving of its own will. Seriously, that sounds troublesome. If that's the case, we can't even predict what kind of attack it will throw at us. Do you think we can help it out? For the time being, let's continue the battle while looking for the cause. If we can find the cause, we might be able to help. Kinu, continue focusing your attacks on the wings. Shinku, continue to provoke. I will try to check the dragon's condition from close proximity. NN, sorry for being selfish. Understood. Thunder drum, thunderclap. With multiple buffs activated, I jumped up at maximum speed and landed on the dragon's back while attacking the back of its head. What's that? A sword was pierced on the dragon's back, seeming to be assimilated with the scales and skin. Upon appraisal, it was Magic Sword Flam. Magic Sword Flam, you say. The dragon suddenly jumped up and spun around, shaking me off. Kinu, Shinku, I may have found the cause. What is causing this? There is a magic sword stuck in its back. If the sword can be destroyed or pulled out, then the dragon's rampage might stop. However, we'll have to stop its movements temporarily. Okay, I feel sorry for the dragon, but shall we knock it unconscious? I just remembered. I'm going to prepare something for a bit, so you two bait away the attack. After giving out the order, I took out a largish jute bag from my magic bag and stuffed it with as many unmindake mushrooms that I had collected from the forest of eternal darkness. If only I could force the dragon to eat this. It's a bit dangerous, but I have no other choice. You two, stop attacking and bait it towards attacking me. When it tries to bite me, I will stuff a large amount of mushrooms with hypnotic effect into its mouth. And I will switch to support. Roger. After giving out the instructions, I circled around as close to the dragon's head as possible with air dance and shot several lightning balls. Then I circled around its head again. Gyaru. As I relentlessly jumped around its face like a fly, the dragon finally tried to bite me. Right then, I took out the jute bag filled with unmindake from my magic bag and threw it into the wide-open mouth, where I evaded the bite with air dance and landed close to Kinu and Shinku. Did it work? The mushrooms should have gone down its throat. After this, I will endure its attacks while attacking mainly with lightning balls to paralyze it. In that case, I will help out Onsama with provocation to keep changing its target. NN. Leave the healing to me. About 10 minutes after that, the dragon fell on its face and began to snort. Phew, it seems to be in a deep sleep. I'll pull out the sword, so please keep your distance. I climbed onto the dragon's back and tried to pull out the magic sword, but it was difficult because it was integrated with the skin. Guess I'll try pulling it out with full power. Thunder drum, thunderclap. I stacked buffs to increase my strength to the maximum. Warrior. Gyaru. As I pulled out the sword with all my might, the dragon leapt up and let out a loud roar, then fainted. Suddenly, the magic sword in my right hand began to absorb my MP. Dark emotions and thoughts entered my mind. Jai-ha-ha-ha-ha, blood, gimme more blood, the hell is up with this magic sword? I immediately stabbed the magic sword into the ground and jumped back. A black aura overflowed from the magic sword stuck deeply into the ground. Shit, that caught me off guard. What happened? My consciousness was suddenly about to be hijacked. I didn't know this magic sword was so dangerous. That means that magic sword was indeed the cause of the dragon's rampage, right, Shinku? And then, what should we do, Kinu? This magic sword is too dangerous, let's destroy it. I took out the red ogre's iron club from my magic bag and swung it with all my might at the magic sword flam that was thrust into the ground. Break, the magic sword broke in two and the black aura dispersed, disappearing into the air. After I put the broken magic sword into my magic bag to report to Spars, the dragon's body suddenly began to glow and gradually became smaller. When the light subsided, a black-haired guy of about 16 years old was lying on the ground. Kinu, please heal this guy for now. And healing cure. The wound on his abdomen closed, and the abnormal sleep condition seemed to be cured. Huff, where is this place? Yo, are you awake? You are that black dragon, right? Bastard, who are you? Who do you think I am, Ga? For a moment I wondered what had happened, but it was Shinku who sent the man flying, with a furious look on her face. You dare call Onsama a bastard? You stupid brat, do you want me to kill ya? Shinku, your tone sure changed drastically. I am sorry, I of all people should be. Who the hell are you guys, Ka? Onsama is the person who saved you. You don't know how to speak to your savior, do you? Education is necessary for you. It seems like Shinku's switch has been completely flipped. Well, Kinu was the one who wanted to save him. Though I don't think Shinku will kill him, probably. A few minutes later. I'm very sorry, my name is Drake, I didn't know you helped me. The education seems to have been completed. I suppose it's good that he's become well-mannered, but the way he's looking at Shinku is like that of a prey. Onsama, Kinu-sama, could you entrust this fool to me? I will surely raise him into a splendid manservant. No, Shinku, a manservant is overdoing it. You don't have to go that far. I am just going to teach him how wonderful you two are. He will naturally want to become your servant. By the way, Drake, how were you taken over by that magic sword? About that, I don't remember it very well, but I vaguely remember someone stabbing me in the back while I was sleeping. Someone, you say, do you remember his characteristics? Also, Shinku, he seems to have difficulty talking, so let him go. If Onsama says so. Thanks, can I just speak normally? I don't remember clearly, but it was a man with red hair. Red hair, so it wasn't Mata's. Besides, why were you sleeping in a place like that? That's a long story. After that, Drake began to talk about his situation. In short, Drake is from a race called Dragonoot. He was born and raised in a place called the Dragonoot village, beyond the Red Valley. His parents were the village head of the Dragonoot tribe, and he lost to his older brother in a match to decide who would be the next village head. Thus, he was banished from the village. With nowhere to go, he went on a rampage against the monsters in the Red Valley, and while he was sleeping, he was stabbed in the back. Isn't this just the consequences of losing to your brother? That's not true. He cheated. He put something in my food before the match. I lost all strength. Leaving that aside, Drake, what do you want to do? I won't force you to join us, but if there's something you want to do, I'll let you go. I want to become stronger. I don't care about the village anymore, but I don't want to lose to anyone again. Can I become strong if I join you guys? I see, so you have the same goal as us. Though I'm not sure if you'll become stronger by joining us. However, it's certainly more fun to become stronger together than by yourself. Will you let me join you guys? Well, we don't mind at all, but you have to have a subordinate contract with me. No need to worry too much, it won't bind you. If you don't like it, you can even cancel the contract. Actually, when I was fighting with you guys, I still had my conscience. It was frustrating to be beaten one-sidedly, but I still vaguely remember how I envied the way you trusted each other. I too want to have that kind of trust. I want to join as your companion too, bro. Bro, well, I guess it's fine. Then the contract is concluded. Once the contract was established, my magic essence connected to Drake. Okay, it's done. Welcome to the team, Drake. Thank you. I hope you will continue supporting me, brother and sisters. There was a sudden change in his tone, but I guess that's how he originally spoke. And just like that, another new companion joined us. Status: Name Drake Balesti. Race Dragonoot. Condition: Level 41. Attribute Wind. HP 4600/4600. MP 400/400. SDR 70. VIT 62. Dex 40. INT 48. AGI 55. LUK 10. Title Subordinate. Skill: Wind Cloak. Add 30% of INT value to VIT and AGI. MP consumption 30 ON off. Wind Pressure. Restrict enemy movement with wind pressure. MP consumption 20. Wind Cutter. Wind Attribute Attack Magic. MP consumption 30. Cyclone. Wind Attribute Area Magic. MP consumption 60. Dragon Transformation. Ability to transform your body into a dragon form. MP consumption 30 ON off. Flying. Able to fly freely. Sword Skill, LV3. Increases the damage and impact on the opponent when attacking with a sword. Equipment: Silver Longsword. Dragonoot Robe. Dragonoot Shirt. Dragonoot Long Pants. Dragonoot Boots. Chapter 33. Cleanup after the Dragon Trouble. After I finished checking Drake's status, Spars and Illusionary Spring Breeze arrived on horses. On, are you okay? Where did the dragon go? Well, a lot of things have happened. To summarize, that black dragon was Drake over here in his dragon form. It seems that Drake was thrown into a frenzy by the magic sword Flam. When I pulled out the magic sword stuck in his back, he reverted back to his Dragonoot form. In addition, I destroyed the magic sword and accepted Drake as our companion. Wait, that's too many things at once. Spars. Drake stepped forward and bowed his head. I am truly sorry for going on a rampage and injuring your comrades because of my own weakness. All of us were stunned by what he said. It seems that the Illusionary Spring Breeze's impression on him has improved greatly. It's all right. Fortunately, there were no fatalities, and thanks to Onsan's group and the people at the clinic, even the seriously injured adventurer, Grays, has recovered. Also, according to Onsan, you went berserk due to the magic sword. If that's true, then you're a victim too. You did apologize, so there is no need for any more ill will. Once again, I'm truly sorry. If Bro hadn't stopped me, the people in the town would have been hurt. I'll become stronger and repay this kindness. Miraculously, there were no fatalities. It will greatly affect whether or not the residents and adventurers of Ricuria will accept Drake. Although the discussion here is informal, the presence of the guild master is a huge factor. Having Spars on our side will benefit us. Spars, this is the magic sword Flam. According to Drake, he was stabbed by a red-haired man while he was sleeping. Do you have any idea who it could be? There is not much we can do with knowing just red hair alone. Can I have this magic sword? It will be necessary when I report to the royal capital. I'll report Drake as a victim as well, out of respect for Onsan. As expected, you already knew what I was thinking. Stop it. You guys not only went to the battlefield to protect Ricuria, but you also managed to resolve the situation. If I blame Drake for everything, I can't look you in the eyes after this. Furthermore, let's discuss the reward at another time. We will head back to the town first. When you arrive, please drop by the Adventurers Guild. After saying that, Spars mounted his horse and returned to Ricuria with Illusionary Spring Breeze. We'll hunt a little more before going back to the town. Actually, it seems that I'll be evolving soon. Oh right, I'll explain to you about this later, Drake. In that case, would it be all right if only Drake and I return to Fort Noir first? I shall explain everything to Drake, Shinku. All right. Kinu and I will return to the dungeon after some hunting and dropping by the guild first. I'll leave Drake to you, but don't bully him too much, okay? Understood, Onsama. Drake, let's go. Okay, Shinku-nisan. Well then, let's quickly level up in Morphia Forest. From there on, while exploring the forest with Kinu, I subjugated monsters such as Big Scorpion and Griffin that were supposed to be in the Red Valley, and did material processing and leveled up. As a result, I reached level 50 and successfully evolved. In this evolution, my overall stat increased and my skills were also further strengthened. Status: Name Damakion. Race Heavenly Rakshasa. Condition: Level 50. Attribute Thunder Darkness. HP 50 350 300. MP 1160 SDR 120, VIT 55, Dex 20, INT 116, AGI 120, LUK 35, Title Labyrinth Ruler II. Skill, Iron Stomach, Pain Tolerance, Martial Arts Level 3. Gluttony, Appraisal to Expert Appraisal. Appraisal of animals and plants is also possible. Hidden status cannot be appraised. Thunderclap to Max Thunderclap. SDR and AGI increased by 150% for 5 minutes adds lightning attribute to attack, MP consumption 70. Lightning Ba. Thunder Drum. Air Dance. The Roaring Lightning King. Lightning Binding Cage. Lightning attribute Sealing Magic, MP consumption 60. Lightning Spear. Lightning attribute Attack Magic, MP consumption 40. Detection, can detect surrounding terrain, flora and fauna. Equipment, Red Ogre's Iron Club. Earrings of Concealment. Kimono set of King Akura. Black Combat Boots. To be honest, just by looking at my stats, I am probably among one of the top S-rank adventurers. Or rather, I have not learned a single dark attribute magic at all. I wonder why. After that, I returned to Ricuria. As soon as I entered the city, the people gathered around me and poured their gratitude towards us. Black Thunder. Thank you for saving our city. You guys are lifesavers. Thank you, thank you. Oh my god, Onsama, please look over here. Kai Kinutan, you are cute haha. Hey, who is that last guy? Come out here. I'll turn you into charcoal. Leaving that aside, the dragon was apparently visible from the west gate. And when Spars and Illusionary Spring Breeze returned to town, they told the people that the Black Thunder Party had brought the situation under control. That seems to be why we were celebrated as heroes. No one was scared or disgusted when they saw my horns. Recently, my attire made me stand out in a bad way, but this incident seems to have wiped away all fears. The guild staff and several adventurers pushed aside the crowd to make a path for us. Thanks to that, we finally managed to reach the Adventurers Guild. Hey hero, you took a surprising amount of time to get here. Spars. All because a certain someone made us take all the credit. We were being crushed by the crowd. NN, it was a terrible experience. Kinu. Well, don't say that. If you want to put Drake in your party, you'll have to do this or troublesome things will come up later on. Maybe so. Though I can sense some other intention behind it. Gahaha, no bad intention, I promise. I also reported this incident to the royal capital Alrain and Merelda. It will take about a week for the reward and the launch of the clan. I'm sorry, but please wait for a while longer. Alright then, I'll come back in a week. Oh, one more thing. The beast folk are building a new village called Plainevelt in the center of Green Plains. Nyahar village was destroyed in the stampede after all. We will also be there, so if you want to get in touch with us, please contact Barbaru, the representative of the beast folk. Come to think of it, the adventurers said the same thing too. In that case, I will send a horse to Plainevelt when I want to contact you. All right, I succeeded in casually telling Spars about Plainevelt. Yeah, see you in a week. Oh wait, actually there is still another matter. There is still more. Truth is, Earl Stedrius, the Lord of Ricuria, wants to meet you. Can you go right away? I'm not good at handling nobles, but I still have to go, right? Yeah, it would not be wise to refuse. But don't worry, though he's a noble, he's a good person. He has a deep understanding of adventurers, and I think he just wants to thank you. Just go see him, that's enough. Understood, I'll head there right now. Is the Earl's mansion, the biggest building in the center of the city? Yeah, that's the one. Say Black Thunder to the gatekeeper, and he'll let you through. All right, see you later. After that, Kinu and I moved through the city while being jostled by the crowd again, and arrived at the Earl's residence. Chapter 34, Plainevelt Dungeon Open. An hour later, Kinu and I arrived at the Earl's residence. The butler was waiting at the front gate and led us to the reception room. After a while, a man who seemed to be the Earl entered the room. Hello, I'm Helvin Stedrius, Lord of Ricuria. Pleasure to meet you. I am On and this is Kinu. We are Black Thunder. Thanks for having us. After saying that, I sat down on the sofa. Earl Stedrius is in his early 30s, has a slender figure, and although he is dressed in luxurious aristocratic clothes, he exudes a gentle aura. Sorry for summoning you without notice. I really want to thank you for putting your life on the line to put an end to this dragon trouble. We are truly indebted to you. It was a nominated request from the guild master, and the residents of Ricuria have been kind to us on a daily basis, so it's only natural that I risk my life as an adventurer. Fufu, you don't have to be so humble. I heard that you were originally a traveler, but you seem to have polite manners. Besides, I also want to have a close relationship with such a promising adventurer. Please protect Ricuria from hereafter too. It was rare for a nobleman to treat a demi-human with no prejudice. We had a short chat and an official promise of reward. After that, Kinu and I returned to Fort Noir. Section. On-sama, Kinu-sama, welcome home. Bro, welcome back. We're home. Shinku, have you finished explaining everything to Drake? Yes, I have told him everything. All of you are awesome, bro. You went through hardships that I couldn't even imagine. I have mad respect for everyone. There were many coincidences too, but I feel blessed to have you all right now. All right then, I'm going to talk to ours. What are you guys going to do? And I'll follow on. I will register as an adventurer in Ricuria and take on a few quests. I wish to make up for the trouble I have caused. I will accompany Drake on Sama. Okay, you can act freely for a week. If anything happens, contact me via telepathy. In response, Shinku and Drake acknowledged. After that, I called Ars, Ihers, and Barbaru via telepathy, and the 5 of us discussed the operation of the dungeon. We plan to make the dungeon entrance appear when the residents of Beastfolk Village are asleep tonight. And then Barbaru and I will control the situation so that the residents do not panic when they wake up tomorrow morning. And tomorrow morning, Drake and Shinku will report the discovery of the dungeon to the Adventurers Guild in Ricuria. Even if there are people who are knowledgeable about dungeons, we can just pretend that a new dungeon appeared here to replace the one which disappeared during the stampede. The vision of this dungeon is to first create several blue rarity weapons and armor in the lower floors to increase the recruitment rate of adventurers. However, I have no intention of letting them conquer the dungeon. Ihers and I will increase the number of floors further. We plan to increase the difficulty of the 10th floor and above with the new flow of dungeon points. An unexplored dungeon has a charm that attracts people by itself. If we can gather as many people as possible and have an adventurers guild, weapons and armor shops, general stores, and bars open in Plainevelt, the people will continue to come here on their own, and our dungeon points will become abundant. As for the opening of an Adventurers Guild branch, I plan to take the opportunity to ask Spars about it. The plan is ready now. Kinu, Ars, you two prepare the clan house in Fort Noir. NN. Okay. Got it. It's going to get busy from tomorrow onwards, but let's all have fun. We're probably the only ones who can have this kind of experience. Now, disperse. Everyone quietly prepared for the memorable dungeon opening. Section. The next morning, there was panic in the Beastfolk village as I stepped out of the inn. On Sama, dungeon, a dungeon has appeared in the middle of the village. I can't do this anymore. How unfortunate that we have to evacuate once again, even though I thought we finally created a safe village. On Sama, please conquer and destroy the dungeon immediately. Please. Barbaru was desperately trying to handle the residents, but the chaos still hadn't subsided. Well, I have no choice but to go out now. Time to gather the beast folk and talk. As I urged them to gather, Barbaru immediately gathered all the villagers in about 10 minutes. Now then, I have to convince them somehow. First of all, I want everyone to calm down and listen to me. It's not an unfortunate thing that a dungeon has appeared here. On the contrary, I think it's fortunate. Kinu and I have traveled around this world. In the neighboring country, even with a huge dungeon in the center of its city, that city is the busiest place in that country. The reason for this is that a stampede will not occur if the monsters in the dungeon are regularly thinned out, and rare items can be obtained from the dungeon. Since the last stampede, the guild has decided to send adventurers to regularly thin out the monsters if a new dungeon is discovered. And I will also appeal to the Adventurers Guild to set up a branch here. So I want to assure you that the village is safe. Is it really safe? You can't guarantee that another stampede won't happen, right? That is true. However, a stampede always has omens. To prevent this from happening, we will regularly dive into the dungeon and take countermeasures. Don't worry, we adventurers will guarantee your safety. Also, the reason I said it was fortunate was because it would make it easier for people to gather in this village. If you take the lead in starting an inn or business in this village, you can acquire a large fortune, and if everyone cooperates, we can make the village bigger. If it grows to the level of a town, I think it will become a more comfortable and enjoyable place to live. What do you all think about that? At this point, Barbaru raised his hand. Everyone, please listen to this. I agree with Ansan's opinion. Up until now, beast folk have not been welcomed much in any city. In the royal capital, discrimination against beastmen is still commonplace, and there are some who are enslaved. But if this village grows bigger, and people know that it was built with the power of beast folk, I think it will become a more livable world for us. Besides, doesn't it sound fun to you all? We're going to build a city with our own power, you know? I can't help but feel excited after hearing Ansan's idea. What about all of you? The beast folks' expressions changed with Barbaru's words. I'll do it too. I'm going to become rich. That's right, let's build a city together. I've always been good at sewing, and I've also dreamed of opening a clothing store. Me too, I want everyone to eat my cooking. I want to open a bar. With this, the flow can no longer stop. All the beast folk who were against it at first have a gleam in their eyes. The thing I was most worried about has been resolved. The rest should be fine if I leave it to Barbaru. Well then, let's move on to the next step. Chapter 35, S-Rank Adventurer. The beast folk were getting excited on how to develop the village. I returned to the village inn and called Shinku and Drake via telepathy. Shinku, Drake, can you hear me? I can hear you, Ansama. Bro, I can hear you too. By the way, I registered as an adventurer and got a C rank. Oh, that's good. On our side, we opened the entrance to the Plainevelt dungeon last night. The beast folk were confused at first, but they're fine now. I want you two to report that a new dungeon has appeared at the Adventurers Guild. Regarding the details, I'll directly talk to Spars about it, so if they ask you anything, just say you don't know. Understood, I will tell them as such. Shinku, I'm counting on you. Kinu and I will head to Rikuria in a few days' time, so please continue doing quests until you hear from me again. Understood. Got it, bro. With this, a decent number of adventurers should come to the dungeon. I guess we'll see how things go and adjust the dungeon accordingly. Section: 5 days have passed since the dungeon was opened. More adventurers have come than I initially expected. It seems that the 3 adventure parties who entered on the first day each found a treasure chest and brought back blue rarity weapons and armor. It's a good thing that we made the lower floors to be at a level where even E or D rank adventurers can safely explore if they form a party. Currently, about 5 groups are always exploring in the dungeon during the daytime. After the first day, except for the boss room, we have only put white and green rarity items in the treasure chests. At present, the A-rank party illusionary Spring Breeze has explored the dungeon up to the 10th floor and defeated the Red Ogre. They were overjoyed to obtain a blue rarity bow from a treasure chest. As of yesterday, Plainevelt has been increased to 13 floors. From around the 10th floor onwards, monsters of C-to-B ranks wander around, and on the 13th floor, the named monsters, Cowoni and Horseoni, are lying in wait. As far as I can predict, it will be difficult for illusionary Spring Breeze to break through that. Since it is possible to escape from the boss room, they will withdraw if it's too difficult. However, if an S-rank party arrives from another city, then the dungeon might be captured. So we plan to increase the number of floors and summon new bosses as soon as we accumulate enough dungeon points. Regarding the creation of additional floors, since Ihers understands my intentions, I entrusted almost everything to him since yesterday. Later on, we received a report from Barbaru saying that a letter from Spars had arrived on a fast horse this morning. So I decided to head to Rikuria's Adventurers Guild with Kinu. Section: Kinu and I arrived at the Adventurers Guild in Rikuria around noon, and after meeting up with Shinku and Drake, we were led to the guild master's room. Yo, I've been waiting for you. We came here in a hurry, so I don't think you waited that long. So, what's the business? Isn't the reward coming tomorrow? Well, I called you because the reward arrived this morning. The other thing is to talk about the dungeon that appeared in Plainevelt. Let's start with the reward. Oh, I'm surprised that the reward has already been decided. Yeah, it seems that the people in the royal capital are also in a hurry. First, On, Kinu, and Shinku have been promoted to S-rank adventurers. Therefore, Black Thunder automatically becomes an S-rank party. Congratulations. Huh, seriously. It's only been less than a month since we registered as adventurers, you know. Is this really okay? Honestly, it's unheard of. I don't think this record will ever be broken. It's said that it usually takes 3 years to reach S rank at the earliest. However, the fact that there were no S rank parties in Recuria was also a problem. It's best to have at least one S rank group in each city, in order to respond to sudden incidents like recently. That's why Black Thunder's success in minimizing damage has stood out. I see, in that case I'll take it. And what about Drake? As for Drake, he's the victim, so there's no backlash. Another reason is that Drake will be supervised by you after joining Black Thunder. You can thank me for that. I know. To be honest, I was prepared for some kind of penalty. I will take responsibility for him then. He's my precious companion now, after all. I'm really sorry for bothering everyone. I'll clear a few more quests for Recuria's sake. I'm looking forward to it. After all, you've been actively accepting quests for the past week. Actually, Drake already has a good reputation among residents and adventurers alike. You did your best, huh, Drake? Oh, come to think of it, what happened to the clan matter? You passed the clan application. With that comes your second reward, or rather, a special permission. But first, tell me the name of your clan. The name of our clan is Star Supremacy. Oh, that's a good name. Did you come up with it on? No, it was decided together with all my companions. Our goal is to become the strongest in the world, hence the name. NN will make the strongest clan Kinu. I see. To be the strongest is a pretty big goal, but you guys seem to be able to do it. I have high hopes for you all. Right, so what did you mean by special permission? Well, do you know that the clan battle tournament will be held in the royal capital in another 2 months? Yeah, I've heard rumors. Isn't this a tournament that decides the rank of the clans, which are based in this kingdom? That's right. It's also commonly called the ranking battle. Usually, only clans that have been active for at least 2 years are eligible, but the upper management wanted to see your strength, so you have been given the right to participate in it. Sounds interesting. Clans from other countries will not be participating, correct? Indeed, this is a tournament that decides the clan ranking in the Ardo Kingdom. If you win, you will be ranked first in the Ardo Kingdom clan ranking. But it's not an easy tournament to win. There are more than 30 clans in the royal capital. If you add all the clans in the kingdom, the number should be close to 50. Within them, there are clans that have multiple S-rank parties. But if I'm to be honest, I'm looking forward to seeing how far you guys can go. Since we're going to participate, we will aim for the championship. In which case, our 2 months will end on preparation and transportation alone. You don't have to pay for transportation. Earn and save up. There's one last reward. Perhaps the reward that would please you the most. Spars said while grinning, Chapter 36, Shurinumaru. A reward that would please me. I wonder what it is. Well, I'd be happy to get something amazing. NN, there is still more, Kinu. This is a reward from Count Stedrius and the Recuria Adventurers Guild. I thought I'd give you money, but this thing seemed like it would make you happier. Count Stedrius and I pulled favors from most of our connections to purchase this. I hope you'll like this. Saying that, Spars pulled out a sword from his magic bag. Oh my goodness, are you serious? Can I really have this? That's a sudden change. This is the first time I've seen your childlike side. Well, I'm glad to see that you like it. Thank you. I will use it with great care. I took the sword from Spars and appraised it. Shurinumaru, attack power 20, additional attribute damage is applied according to the attribute when the user's mana is passed through. A sword crafted by a master craftsman of the Wano Kingdom, 2nd generation Kunimitsu. This is one hell of a weapon. Oh, you have the appraisal skill. This is a red rarity longsword that falls into the category of the so-called magic katana. There aren't many people who use long swords, but judging from your attire, I thought you might be able to use a longsword. I've only used it a few times when I was a kid, but I'll definitely master this blade. Seeing how happy you are, it was worth the trouble of preparing it. Well, it also means that we are counting on you to take care of Recuria from now on. Of course. Oh, come to think of it, what about the appearance of the Plainavelt dungeon? Regarding that matter, I have a secret request. It may surprise you, but please listen carefully. Okay, tell me what it's about. To tell you the truth, dungeons are, in fact, destructible. You remember the stampede that happened the other day, right? The dungeon disappeared when Meralda's S-rank party Silver Sand Wind destroyed the core. I see. And what is your request? Even if you conquer the dungeon, please don't destroy the core. What is the reason? Dungeons can generate huge profits if properly managed. In fact, in the past week, 4 parties have acquired blue rarity arms and increased their strength. In addition, adventurers gather from various cities to actively conquer the dungeon. When that happens, the nearby town will also benefit. I guess so. When people gather, money circulates. That's right. So the Green Plains is under Ricuria's jurisdiction. It was also decided that Plainvelt's Adventurers Guild branch would be under the direct control of Ricuria. In the future, that dungeon will be indispensable not only for Ricuria, but also for the development of the Beastfolk village. If the core is destroyed, this plan won't work, so I ask you not to destroy it. This is a case that only parties with A rank or above have been informed about. I honestly hope you will not reveal this to anyone else. This is the best outcome for us. To be honest, I never thought things would go so well. I looked a little dumbfounded because of how smooth things were progressing, but Spars seems to have taken it in a different way. I will do my utmost to ensure that the residents will not be in danger. I understand your desire to protect the Beastfolk, but please, I ask for your understanding. I understand. I'm indebted to you in many ways, Spars. I think it will be safe as long as a stampede doesn't occur. If you can quickly create an Adventurers Guild branch and deal with this situation, I will follow along with your intentions, Spars. Thank you. Don't worry, the branch will be under construction soon. That's good. Right then, Kinnu and I will go hunt in Morphia Forest for a while and then return to Plainvelt. Shinku, Drake, what about the two of you? I want to do as many quests as possible. I don't want to be the only uncool member who is a C rank, and I still haven't finished making up for the trouble I've caused. I will continue accompanying Drake. He still needs someone to supervise him. Understood. Then you two should continue doing quests in Ricuria. Kinnu and I will go back to Plainvelt after a little hunting. We understand. After that, Kinnu and I went hunting in the Forest of Morphia to test out the feel of the sword. I was astonished by the sharpness of Shurinumaru. When I passed mana through the blade and swung it at a big scorpion, the hard exoskeleton was cut like a fruit. Kinnu and I were both stunned and dumbfounded enough to be rammed by a red grizzly from behind. The red grizzly had to say goodbye to its head, with a single swing of the sword, though. I have obtained a truly amazing weapon. After that, we returned to Fort Noir and reconstructed Fort Noir with ours. Our next goal is the clan competition that will be held in 2 months. We still have more than a month to spare. Until then, let's remodel the dungeon and do lots of quests so that everyone can level up as much as possible. And then 6 weeks passed. Chapter 37, Drake's Pride. Drake's Perspective. 2 months ago, a battle was held to decide the next village chief in the Dragonute village. I fought my brother, Fafnir, in the final match. Ha. Shit, why can't I muster any strength? What's wrong, Drake? Come on, show us your power. Bastard, did you do this to me? I didn't do anything. Perhaps you're simply inexperienced and just overestimated yourself. Kuh. That's enough. Fafnir wins. No, this is not how the match ends. Normally, I could do much better. I won't let it end like this. Father, for some reason I can't muster any strength. Once more. Please hold the match once more tomorrow. In the early stages of the match, we were evenly matched. About 10 minutes later, however, my body started to feel uncomfortable, and in the second half, I was on the defensive. This has never happened before. It's not like I sustained any fatal injury from my brother's attacks. We will not redo an important match that decides the village chief. The reason why you are not strong is because you are inexperienced. You are not diligent enough. Shit. Actually, I didn't believe that the match would be held once again either. A Dragonute must win no matter the circumstances. You can't rule this village without power. I know that. Honestly, I don't even want to be the next village head. However, I couldn't allow it to end without giving it my best. Furthermore, I wanted my father, whom I respect deeply, to recognize my strength. Faf bro, one more time, I can still fight. The match is already over. Subdue him. Gaia, let go, I can still do it. Don't underestimate me. And then I went on a rampage. I couldn't produce my full power, but I wanted the village people, my brother, and my father to see that I actually had more strength. Perhaps because I was so absorbed in my rage, I didn't think about the consequences. By the time I realized it, I had been subdued and put in a cage, criticizing the sacred match and going on a rampage. There's no way I didn't know how serious of an offense this is among the Dragonute race. 2 days later, my punishment was decided. Drake, you are exiled from this village. Exile. I thought I would be put to death. I wondered if this was my father's mercy. I didn't realize the true meaning of the punishment. My ego won over me at that time. I should have said goodbye, but instead, Tusk, you don't even need to exile me. I'm leaving this place because I want to. After that, I couldn't hold back my feelings of shame, frustration, and regret, and rampaged around in the Red Valley in my dragon form. In hindsight, that was a short-sighted thing to do. But at that time, I felt like I would break if I didn't allow my feelings to flow out. After a few days of rampage, I was exhausted and fell asleep in my dragon form. I felt like someone was climbing onto my back. Who, a dragon, a suitable target to test out this sword. Thrust, Juea. What is this? My back is burning. Who the hell is this man with the red hair? Blood, not enough, blue-wad, suck more blood. Suddenly, thoughts that weren't my own took over my mind. What is happening? Shit, I'm not gonna lose to you. I don't remember how long I endured. I desperately continued to fight back, but my body gradually began to lose its freedom. The red-haired guy is not around. Who the heck was he? No, rather than that, I have to do something about my body. I frantically continued to resist, but my body mowed down the trees in the forest and blew away a few adventurers with wind magic. After that, I don't know how long I tried to resist. However, my body was finally completely taken over, and my body soared into the sky in the dragon form. And then, a large city began to appear in the distance. Gahahaha. Humans, blue uad, damn it. At this rate, I will destroy that city. No, I don't want to do that. I'm scared and in pain, but I can't resist anymore. My consciousness is also. Please someone, anyone. Stop me. When I regained consciousness, I was on the ground. What happened? Did someone stop me? I only remember vaguely. However, I know someone was attacking me. He hit me with a crackling electric discharge sound. And every time he hit me, my body went numb and my strength dwindled. I didn't know there was someone so strong outside the Dragonute village. The other two also had amazing magic and defensive power. Moreover, their cooperation was solid and their attack coordination was accurate. These guys are insanely strong and they trust each other. I envy them. No, I'm losing consciousness again. Section. Huff, where is this place? Yo, are you awake? You are that black dragon, right? Bastard, who are you? Who do you think I am, Ga? You dare call Ansama a bastard? You stupid brat, do you want me to kill ya? Who are they? Seriously, who? Why did she kick me? That's right, I went out of control. Did these guys stop me? Section. After that, I made a subordinate contract with Onbro and went to a dungeon called Fort Noir to learn various things from Shinkunisen. Things such as how it was possible to teleport to the dungeon, the kind of place this is, about Rs and Ihers, what we subordinates can do, and etc. Not only that, but she also talked about what kind of hardships my brother and sisters had to walk to get to the current situation. Bro's strength and Kinunisen's kindness. Also, I've come to understand Shinkunisen's kindness. She's not actually scary. Keeping me in mind, she chose her words and spoke in an easy-to-understand manner. Not only that, but she stayed by my side as much as possible so that I wouldn't be left alone. I am so lucky. Surrounded by people who are so kind and care about me. From now on, I will live for these people. There are more people I want to protect now. I will become stronger for the sake of my friends. I will not forget this feeling. I can now say that the pride I had back in the Dragonute village was minuscule. I just wanted to show off my strength to others, but after meeting these people, I understood. Strength and pride exist in cherishing one's companions. My pride right now is my friends. End of Volume 1.